Good day and good evening, because that's the time where I am. Welcome to Solo Challenge stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. This time we will be doing Mount Gulg. Well, we'll attempt Mount Gulg. I'm reasonably certain there isn't anything that should prevent me from doing Mount Gulg. There isn't any... I think there's a stack marker on the second boss. Maybe there's something on the third boss. But I'm pretty sure none of them have any like DPS checks. Or anything that flat out requires more than one player to survive. Like the second boss has those like meteor markers that you have to intercept. But I'm pretty sure the punishment for not doing them is like a Vuln stack. So I think we'll be fine. Once we've completed Mount Gulg, we will go on to Amaurot, and then I think I'll actually be going through the optional dungeons as well. Unlike Stormblood and Heavensward, and especially A Realm Reborn, Shadowbringers didn't have that many optional dungeons, so it doesn't feel as overwhelming to say, we can probably do all of them. So I think we will, which means we'll both be doing Academia and Ida, and also the twinning. There's also a thing that the first and the second boss in Mount Gulg plays the Torn from the Heavens song as the boss music. I've talked about this many times, but I usually do it in a little bit of a hasty way during the fight. I usually mute the music in those fights, because for some reason... there is this automatic copyright claim that is sent from, I believe it's Warner. They claim it based on an orchestral version of the song they played this one time. But they then claim that Torn from the Heavens in the actual game is a cover of the cover. You can always just... like, you can counterclaim it, because the... Final Fantasy XIV itself, like on their website, there is like a list of reasons, like times where you are allowed to play all their music, which includes Torn from the Heavens. You can just throw that back at them and then it's fine. But it's more like that takes like 10 to 20 minutes. And it's just really awkward. They just leave the counterclaim there for a month. So it's just a lot of hassle. So what I do is I mute the music. Usually I am like surprised by being in Mount Gulg, so I can't do this. But this time I've actually made sure to have like said that I can just press play on some other Final Fantasy music, so we can have that instead, which I'm pretty sure is fine. I've brought the music from Amaurot, in fact, to play for those boss fights. So I'll be setting that up on the fights themselves, and then like fixing it in between. I don't think we're in a rush on time for that, but yeah, just wanted to clarify this. Because this time we're specifically doing Mount Gulg. It would be a little bit weird if I did nothing to prepare for that. With that said, hey Gazel, hey Sin, hey Aradel, hey Lily, hey Agibuster, hey Grau, and hey Bob, and hey Fatman. I hope you're all doing very well. Exactly, Fatman. Love copyright nonsense. Like, the particularly funny thing about this is, if you remember, and I said this before as well, years ago, and still sometimes, there has been like this thing where YouTubers would always stop themselves if they started singing the Happy Birthday song. It was the same copyright claim, the exact same one, and like after a while I actually found like a Wikipedia article about it. They actually got sued, like the claimer, and had to pay back millions in compensation for stealing money on these claims that were dubious. It's the same like situation here, and it's, as far as I recall, the same company and everything. So that's funny. Since if you can't do it on Warrior, you're gonna attempt it on Blue Mage. I might. I think it usually depends on whether people want to see that. So I'll probably do a vote on that while we do Amaurot or something, if that happens. Hey Cyrus and hey Fila, hope you're doing very well as well. And thank you. And yeah, the copyright thing is like, the reason why I say it doesn't take that long is because I've like written down a bunch of things so I can just, you know, get through the counterclaim rather quickly. But like, I'll tell you, the first time it happened, I think I spent like 3 hours plus figuring all this out and figuring out whether I even had grounds to counterclaim and everything. It's really, really rude, this system, that they just claim things like that. Let's see. We need food buff. Did I forget anything? Nope. We have our Shadowbringer's relic weapon. It turned out that well, actually, I'll have to test when I'm in the dungeon how much of a difference it makes, because this might actually be better now. But I actually had expected this to be more customizable than this. It wasn't. That's fine. Right. I also have to check how much HP do we actually have. Oh, hyper potions are still good. Nice. Right. Time for the big mega pull.
So it is you.
It me. Oh, I used sprint too late.
Will not defile my new paradise.
That's also true, Cyrus. It's actually really weird when sometimes there's like randomly something. Oh, you can't play that part or something like that. I think a particular one I heard about was I think I've heard something like if that you can't show Shiva or something like that in Final Fantasy X. Something weird like that. But that's not even music copyright to my knowledge. Da 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 da. So an interesting reason why I specifically lead with Mithril Tempest there is that I've discovered that Decimate and Chaotic Cyclone has a weird delay when you cast it before the heal actually comes in. So you can actually just die before the healing comes in, as you could see right there. Eight has Shiva copyright. Ah, fair enough. Hey Ymir, hope you're doing well. There's a possibility with the 8 Shiva thing that the reason why I thought it was 10 was because I've heard some people think that it was 10. Like, because it's still Shiva, right? What are you doing over there? What? Hey guys, I'm going to take I'm going to be the back row for a bit. Don't worry about it. I will also say, some of you might be looking at this and thinking, how can this be the most effective way to do this pull? But the thing is, if I had pulled them one pack at a time, I might still have to like step away in between bursts. So I'm basically just maximizing the damage I would be able to do. Ugh. I think I killed at least one in the pack already. That's a quite interesting one with the Atelier series, Cyrus. I'm guessing it's because they are arguing that if people see the whole playthrough, then they have no reason to play the game themselves, which, I mean, I could see the argument for that. I believe that was like part of the reason why a lot of companies originally weren't super keen on the whole people just playing their games on the internet thing originally. Like, there were things like Nintendo trying to like make it so that, oh, you can only make videos on their games if you're part of this particular network. Also, we take like 99% of the revenue, so let's see. Hi Adam and hey Lethal Bug. Hope you're both doing very well, and thank you, Lethal Bug. Adam says, am I doing this for a specific reason or is it just for the challenge? It's just for the challenge. There is no reason to do something like this synced normally. No reason. It's just for the fun of it and to see if we can. The only reason you would have to do this synced solo is if you for some reason can't or won't do it with other players. And you need specifically the dungeon to give you XP, but then you could just do it with duty support. So there's no reason to do it. As Ymir says, you could just do it with NPCs then. Yeah, so there's not really any reason to do it outside of doing it for fun. And to see if we can, of course. I think it's quite funny that gigapulls like this that might not be possible in like a random group. You could just lol do it with a warrior because warrior's busted. I see, Adam. Welcome. Ow. 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 We might be more pressed for time in this dungeon than I had originally anticipated if this pack takes 10 minutes. At least it's 10 minutes and all the trash up to the first boss is done. I have seen your questions in... my best suggestion to time your 2-minute burst as Reaper is look at Arcane Circle. If you're trying to do a double in Shroud, you want to enter Shroud when your Arcane Circle's cooldown is around 8 or 7 seconds, if I recall correctly. Then you do one Reap, then Death's Design, another Reap, and Death's Design. And you just click Arcane Circle when it's ready. Like, if you went into Shroud on time, then it should be fine. Then it'll be ready when it needs to be ready. And then you just do your, like, the rest of your combo, spending the Lemure Slice after Arcane Circle is up to get the most out of it. And then, because you stalled in the Shroud by reapplying Death's Design twice during it, you should be able to Shroud immediately after again. And that, of course, also means, because you know if you're going to do double in Shroud like that, you will also already know before you start that you're going to use... Like, you're going to apply Death's Design twice. So it's okay if Death's Design is almost over when you enter Shroud. Like, you want it to, like, as long as Death's Design's duration is less than Arcane Circle, you're kind of fine. He accidentally plays 1 second. See, as I said before we entered, I came prepared. I brought my own music. Not the same music, but I brought music. Should have used Never Gonna Give You Up. Then I would have been copyright claimed by Rick Astley instead. Now that would have been ironic. Just replace the music that causes a claim with music that that is even worse of a choice for the exact same reason. You're welcome, Sin. And good luck. And hey, Wool. Hope you're doing well. Did you know you can sidestep this pseudo tank buster? Pseudo because it's aimed at the tank, but it's not even chasing the tank. Have we already reached the annoying part? Oh yes, we have. Excellent, wonderful. This boss is spending a hilarious amount of time just doing things that don't hurt me. That's going to be a problem for him. I think we've already won. You know, Fat Man, Warrior is quite unique in the way that it plays compared to the other tanks. Not that it, the thing is that it's, offensively, it is not the most complicated, but defensively, the sheer amount of self-healing it has makes you play somewhat different, simply because of how insanely overpowered it is. Which, of course, also has the risk that you might run into getting really bad habits, right? Like, you might get a really bad habit of just forgetting to use a defensive cooldown because, oh, it's fine, I'll just use raw intuition. This is going to hurt. Ow. Oh, I parried it. Excellent. Perfect. I don't have a defensive cooldown for this. Game just goes, I got you, mate. I got you. This one's on the house. Free 15% damage reduction. Parry this. Apparently you can... Yeah, you can parry giant claw of death from a giant lion creature. That was on the table apparently. Also, yeah, Ymir, I could imagine that, like, just the sheer amount of mobs that was in that Giga pool before, there's more mobs in that pool than there were in Shisui of the Violet Tides. In Shisui, there were 2 ranged mobs in the Giga pool, so that still meant that I was taking damage as I was kiting. But because there was only 2, they typically couldn't do enough damage for it to become a problem while I was kiting. But with the amount of mobs like chasing me here, it was a lot more dangerous. Ow. I think I can explain why that would be, Ymir. My guess on the reason why you feel that way is because Gunbreaker like is a lot more regimented with its burst. So trash packs, you have to kind of freestyle it. It doesn't feel as great. While Dark Knight is way more open to just kinda do it on the go. And if you use your defensive cooldowns well on Dark Knight, you're perfectly fine. Like, Dark Knight isn't that bad, it's just that Dark Knight has to work a little bit harder with the defensive cooldowns than the other tanks. Which means in your average group that, as I said, you're fine. Hey Tristan and Ham, hope you're both doing very well. Uh-oh. Hero says no self-healing really kills Dark Knight in big trash packs, unfortunately. That depends on how you view self-healing. Technically, TBN is a 25% heal on yourself. Also, hey Kitsune Echo, I think I missed you earlier, but I did see you. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for the 3 months of the 3 months so far of membership, Tristan. Thank you so much for the support. But it is true that what makes Dark Knight way weaker than the other tanks is that it doesn't have as much healing. Hero? I have a question for you. You say TBN is not a heal. I didn't say that it was a heal. I said you can view it as a heal. If you take 50% of your HP and damage over 7 seconds, having a barrier which blocks 25% of them indirectly means that you receive 25% health as a result of not losing it. It's the same logic as a money saved is money earned, right? Like, 25% of your health in healing is terrible compared to what the other tanks have to work with, but it isn't nothing. It's just reverse healing in a way, the opposite. Like, exactly, it's just if you don't take the damage, you don't get the healing. Which of course makes it way worse. It is potential healing, where something like Bloodwetting is basically guaranteed healing, right? Hey Cat, hope you're doing well. Hey Skeleton Orchestra, it's been a while. Hey Logan, hope you're doing well as well, and Tonkai. Oh, you watch all the VODs? Fair enough. I do respond to comments on the VODs as well, so... Like, I don't not see it if you say something there, just so you know. Let's compare Bloodwedding and Abyssal Drain. I mean, technically, Abyssal Drain is one hit of half of the effect of Bloodwedding. One. I don't know, Hero. I absolutely know what you mean, but I didn't mean that TBN was a heal. I meant that it is an indirect heal, and we all know I kinda led with Dark Knight has to work harder, right? I think I led with that, I'm pretty sure. Dark Knight has to work harder on big AoE pulls because of the toolkit that it has. So you don't have to explain it. I get it, right? I get it. I'm also saying that if you're using your toolkit effectively, Dark Knight doesn't feel as bad. I mean, if you want to explain it, you're welcome to, Hero. Just know that I'm with you. I'm just saying that TBN can be viewed as a heal indirectly, and thus Dark Knight isn't in as bad a position as people think it is. Tonkai says, looking at Paladin pre-level like level 80, we have a literal shield. Yeah. I would actually say that in the level range between 70 and like 82, or level 80, like level 70 and 81 actually, Dark Knight might be better than Paladin, simply because Dark Knight has TBN and Paladin does not have Holy Sheltron or healing from their attack spells yet. But that level range isn't, you know, particularly significant to most players, I don't think. The Dark Knight's best mitigation is its big damage. Also, yeah, Logan, you could say that that a barrier can be a lot better than healing, like healing per second. It depends on the context usually. Like we could construct a specific scenario where TBN beats Bloodwedding. Part of the reason why Dark Knight is not seen as worse in any particular way once you get into raiding is because TBN is often equal to or even sometimes better than the other tanks' short defensive cooldowns, because 25% extra effective HP, like that's really good if you're expecting one big hit, which you can often expect in a raid setting, but not so much in a dungeon. In fact, in dungeons, there's a much more, much higher probability that the boss uses a tank buster on you and it doesn't break your shield. Yeah, exactly, Logan. Scripted, that is basically what I was thinking also, was scripted damage, as you said. That's not weird, Ymir. I think it's more that maybe you like the defensive toolkit of Dark Knight more than Gunbreaker, which is actually quite fascinating. The best argument I could have for that is that Dark Knight is the only tank that actually interacts in an offensive way with their defensive toolkit. I don't think that Bloodwedding counts. That is more your offensive toolkit interacted with your defensive toolkit. Rather than the reverse.
Come no closer, filthy creatures!
See, Gazel says, I wish Living Dead had a shorter cooldown. You know, that would actually help a lot, but I think the problem there is, I think we've talked about this before on these streams, but the 4 tanks actually have a specific balance based on their invulns. Like, the weaker ones, in quotation marks, like the quote-unquote weaker ones, have shorter cooldowns, whereas the more potent ones have longer cooldowns. Or at least they all have different cooldowns. We can probably agree so far. Because the problem with that perspective is that we're completely ignoring the fact that each of the tanks have vastly different toolkits. Like, here's the thing, if you gave Holmgang to Dark Knight, it would be garbage on Dark Knight. But on Warrior, it's amazing, because Warrior can just use Bloodwedding and Equilibrium when it runs out. Dark Knight doesn't have that supporting toolkit to make it work. So it just doesn't. Or it wouldn't work, rather, I should say. It's the same as, like, if you gave Dark Knight Super Bolide, Dark Knight doesn't have Aurora and Heart of Corundum and Brutal Shell to, like, prepare for like, when it ends. So Dark Knight would just kinda be on 1 HP. And just, like, fold after that. And see, the thing is, Dark Knight is an incredibly good example for such a demonstration, because all of the other tanks could make each other's invuln work. Like, a Paladin could make Holmgang work. Like, if you can't get healed up in other ways, you could always just cast Clemency on yourself. Same idea with Gunbreaker, you could just use Heart of Corundum on yourself. And for the most part, the other tanks would be able to make Living Dead work. But Dark Knight isn't really able to make any of the other invulns work, except, I mean, everyone could make Lamau, you're just invulnerable for 10 seconds work on Hallowed Ground, right? But what I'm getting at is giving the different invulnerabilities different cooldowns based on their effectiveness, you could say, their power, is a little imprecise or unfair, because what makes those invulns work, at least partly, is the rest of the toolkit. Like, Super Bolide is particularly good. Like, Super Bolide would work particularly well on Warrior or Gunbreaker, because they both have a way to heal up quickly once it runs out. And Dark Knight doesn't have that. So what I'm saying is, the reason why it would make sense to give Living Dead a shorter cooldown is simply because, I mean, Dark Knight doesn't have anything like that suggests that it would be unfair if it wasn't on a shorter cooldown, in my opinion. Arxen says, would you recommend Black Mage for high ping, 70 to 100? That's actually not that high. Most of my advice in Final Fantasy XIV is based on an assumption that the average player might have around 62 ping. So 70 to 100 isn't too bad, I don't think. You should still be in a range where you could play most jobs just fine. So you could absolutely play Black Mage, I think. In fact, I think Black Mage might be one of the jobs that can deal better with latency, but maybe like someone that is more of an expert on it might know better. Alright. I'll just go and do this. I think I can do both. Easily. Dawntrail Living Dead 2-minute cooldown. I have actually seen someone suggest that as a change for Dark Knight, to like give it like just let it have not very many cooldown options, but then give it something like Living Dead on a weirdly short cooldown. So like instead of whatever Dark Knight's defensive system is working on now, I believe it's barriers and magic defense in a way is kind of the theme. It would instead be focused on dying repeatedly. I think it would be an interesting idea. However, the problem there is that if you give a tank a like almost spammable invuln, that alone could enable a lot of unfair tricks that no other tank would be able to perform. Oops, wrong one. I usually don't see the fight go this long, so I don't think I've seen this configuration in ages. Is it this one? There it is. There's the funny one. Yeah, exactly. It is that if you gave Dark Knight the ability to use an invuln extremely often, then any fight that that such a thing would be a significant advantage could reasonably cause the other tanks to be considered inferior or not good enough. What's a good example of that is in a raid tier where the boss performs an attack that can be dealt with an invuln. If they use it less than every 4 minutes, or as in they space them out more than 4 minutes, then a warrior can solo that mechanic, but a Dark Knight cannot because their invuln has a longer cooldown. And this of course also extends to all the other tanks, is that only warrior would be able to solo such a mechanic, because the key is the 4-minute spacing. If they don't want warriors to be able to solo it, they have to make sure that the boss does this more often than every 4 minutes, so that Holmgang won't be available. It's just a random example. Also, hey, Son Arcana, hope you're doing well. And Selden Finnel. Imagine Dark Knight with Eureka's Bloodbath. I'm not sure what Eureka's Bloodbath is, but my guess, just without knowing, is like I'm thinking the Bloodsucker essence from Boja, which just gives you like permanent lifesteal. Oh, Bloodbath, but a tank can use it. Does it have a cooldown? Or downtime? Exactly, Chelsea. That is sort of like the big weakness of Hallowed Ground. And they could have done the same with Paladin, actually. That if, like, because I believe some might say, at least before Endwalker, I believe a lot of people would say that Paladin's big weakness was similar to Dark Knight's big weakness, in that Paladin also didn't have any good healing on speed dial without sacrificing damage. So before Endwalker, we could have had a similar argument for Paladin, like, well, why don't we make it more focused on its invulnerability? You could do that. But again, that might be insanely overpowered. For comparison, if I remember correctly, and this, of course, once again, we're comparing with World of Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, while Paladin has basically hallowed ground, their divine shield, as it is called, has through the ages had things like, oh, you just do 50% less damage while it is active. That has since been removed, but the way that it is balanced, it has almost always been balanced, has been, oh, well, I mean, the enemies won't attack someone who's invulnerable anyway, so if you, the tank, use divine shield, then the mobs will just spread to the rest of your party, so maybe you don't want to do that. Then they add a talent, so you have to choose between this or something else. And this talent could allow you to automatically, like, taunt all of the enemies for exactly the duration of Divine Shield. So you can, like, basically force the enemies to attack specifically you while you're invulnerable. But you're choosing this over something else. So there's a sacrifice here, right? Like, you could have chosen something that actually helped you more, but you wanted Divine Shield to be viable. Hero says, what do you consider your main role or job? I actually mostly play Warrior, with Sage probably being my second most played like, for a long time. So, like, that's also why I see myself as, like, a tank primarily, healer secondarily, and DPS tertiarily. Corner gaming. Hey Silvermint, hey Zuna, and hey Grant. Hope you're all doing very well. It is pretty funny, in Shadowbringers, I remember in E6S, there was a specific part where both tanks, or at least one of the tanks, had to use an invuln, which was generally not an issue, because you usually didn't have two of the same tank, and when I say it wasn't an issue, was, oh, you have to not have two Dark Knights, because Dark Knight's invuln was garbage back then. You couldn't rely on it. And I was raiding at that time, and we had a problem where we had to find, like, a replacement tank for a raid night for a few sessions, and that meant we had double Dark Knight. Exactly, Conflag Strike. So we had two Dark Knights, which meant that we had to choose between figuring out making Living Dead work, which was complicated because of how Living Dead used to work, or, you know, just deal with the mechanic the proper way. I believe we ended up just doing the mechanic right. Like, just dealing with it without an invuln. But then, see, Alejandro says, just benediction. Yeah, see, the thing is, back then, the way Living Dead worked, just for anyone who isn't aware, the way Living Dead worked was that it worked the same way as it does now, except during Walking Dead, you didn't heal for an absurd amount, and if you healed enough that, like, nowadays it turns into Undead Rebirth, back then, Walking Dead just disappeared. So So you would just stop being invulnerable. Which means that you kinda had to make sure you used Benediction at the correct time.
I am righteousness, and righteousness will
Oops.
prevail.
What caused you to pick the British man VTuber avatar for this stream? We all know you're an Ori girl IRL. Actually, I chose the Danish man. Good luck with Palace of the Dead, Grant. And also, by the way, the Gigapole coming up here. See, Hero says, do you still do Savage or Ultimates? I have actually not completed an Ultimate. And I stopped Savage raiding when that Savage raid team I used in the I was in the second raid tier of Shadowbringers eventually broke apart. Because my main motivation for Savage raiding and doing hard content is playing with friends. So when my friends didn't want to play anymore, I didn't want to play anymore. And I just don't have a group to do it with that wants to. So I just, I haven't been in the situation of doing it. I know, now that I say this, I'm just expecting Sip to, pop into the chat I wanted to. But one person simply isn't enough. Yeah, it's a case of a combination of time and interest, you could say, the reason why I don't. But I have been asked that many times, because the most interesting one is that I've heard people say, why do you not Savage raid? You clearly have the skills to do it. I know. I raided pretty hard, kind of hardcore in World of Warcraft for a long time. I do know how to do it. A lot of my knowledge on raiding in Final Fantasy XIV, because you might be looking at my videos and going, how could you possibly know all this about raiding when you don't raid? Is because a lot of it just so happens to be applicable between games. Surprisingly large amounts of knowledge that just is the same between the two games. Hey Jacob, hope you're doing well. It seems like this is doable, by the way. These mobs are actually weirdly slow. This almost feels safer than the Gigapole at the start of the dungeon. Almost. Hey Shadow of Chaos, hope you're doing well. And yeah, that is actually true. There are some insane Palace of the Dead pulls people do to just round up a large army of mobs and just carry them into a explosive trap or something like that. Exactly, Suna. And Preacher is actually while I came into Final Fantasy XIV way before he did, I watched Preacher back in my WoW days. So I would trust his word on it too. Everyone watched Preach. I mean, Preach has been been making videos for a long time, so that's not a surprise. My 900 potency heal. Which one? Kitsuneko Preach is the guy who runs the Preach Gaming YouTube channel, and I think it's named something similar on Twitch. Equilibrium? That's not a 900 potency heal, that's a 1200 potency heal, but I get what you mean. It was on cooldown when you said it, which is what confused me. Might have been a stream lag that caused that. Enemy or friend of community. I mean, I don't think I've ever spoken with Preach, so there wouldn't exactly be anything to say on that. But I do believe that Preach overall is a pretty casual, friendly player himself. Not that that is a requirement, but it's more to say that if you're not casual friendly, there's a reasonable chance that you're also there's a better chance that you're not like universally friendly, if that makes sense. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I get that, Hero. Part of it is that I'm just not the biggest fan of raiding through Party Finder. In World of Warcraft days, I almost always only raided in a raid team, which is what we in Final Fantasy XIV typically call a static, right? So it's just not really the same, but I might try it. It's just a matter of having time for it as well. But I'm a bit surprised that you're saying that it's a good time now. Because I would have assumed that a lot of people would have said, well, yeah, I mean, it's the current raid tier has been around for so long that people kind of stopped or something, would have been my guess. But I haven't bothered to check. Because you have to remember, since I'm on Chaos, I would have to go and visit Light to see. Thank you, Salt. Yeah, I was exactly before I went in, I was exactly thinking I don't know what the bosses could possibly do. But I will say that this dungeon has taken a while, and I don't think I've been wasting that much time. Ymia says, I wasn't old enough to play WoW when it came out. I was 10. I can't remember whether I had to write my mom's name on the account or whether we just lied. But yeah. IRL small Kai gaming World of Warcraft. And Sonakana says you did have to jump back and forth a lot with that massive pull. Oh, no, you misunderstand. That Giga Pull is possibly the fastest way to do it as a warrior, because the sheer amount of damage gained by cleaving all that makes up for all the time that I'm not attacking. I believe WoW came out in 2004. Also, hey Andrew asks, is Sage a fun healer class? I think it is. It is one of my, it is my preferred healer. So either I have poor taste or it is fun. So the scariest thing I'm pretty sure this boss can do is, its tank buster is really brutal.
Stop that, damn you! I don't care what it takes!
But, I don't think it has a stack marker. If it doesn't have a stack marker, then it doesn't have anything. Because the tank buster isn't threatening normally. If I remember correctly, the tank buster is called something is Fosante or something like that. I specifically remember the SFZ in the action name. It's important because if I waste Vengeance on an attack that specifically isn't the tank buster, then I'll be missing it. Yeah, Sacramento Svosante. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering that pronunciation, but hey, close enough, right? Good heavens, you're taking a while with your attacks. This is also going to make this fight extremely time-consuming, because the boss spent so much time not being attackable. There it is. Ah, yes, clean, like almost 12k. Nice. Youch. Zach says, I always mess up this mechanic when she makes copies of herself. Just remember that the 5th one to come down is always the real one. And the real one is the one that has like the extra circle AoEs and stuff. Just set player god mode equal true. I thought I already did that. Am I not playing warrior? Could have sworn I was playing warrior. What about the timer? A little bit. Like, mildly. I got 8% in the last minute, from what I can see. That's also true as Tong Cow says. The real one also has all the golden ring stuff, and all the fake ones don't. So you don't necessarily have to look for the last one to come down. But that's like also an extra help, because then you know, like, oh, there's one in, like, if there's one in that corner, as you go down the list, you can figure out which corner the real one is going to land in. And that was an awkward time to use Shake It Off, but maybe not so bad. Another one. Okay. Whoops. I don't know, Jacob. I feel like it's kinda true. Like the way that you said it the first time. I don't feel like it's the opposite. I feel like, honestly, sometimes Sage... Like, when you put Sage up next to Scholar, like Scholar making all those plans to optimize so they get the most out of all their resources, I do feel like sometimes Sage, by comparison, feels a little bit like the duh next to them that just somehow makes it work every time. Which is, of course, not exactly how it is, but sometimes it feels very easy to be a Sage. Sage is a med student, they just do what the attending tells them. I just want to reiterate when I make that joke about how Sage plays, I'm also, like, my primary heal of choice is Sage. And I would say I'm reasonably good at it. I could understand why this boss might be kinda annoying on their first go, Ymir, because maybe, like, because it has this thing with these extra rings that come out in the last moment of the attack, it can feel a little bit unfair. Like, you don't really understand why it does that, because exactly the first time it does the attack at the start of the fight, it does not do that. And similarly, the laser beam, it shoots 4 extra beams, which it also didn't do, like, I think the first time? Tom Cow says, I like how even while doing solo, you turn away from the party. Oh yeah, now that you mentioned, that is a good point. I think I just turn her in a specific way, so that I'm turning her the way that I'm used to seeing it. Like, I normally stand here. Yeah, exactly. JL says the same thing. It would feel weird if I did it any other way. Enjoy your dinner, Bob. And thank you. I mean, I also have my tank stance on while we're on the subject, so... Gotta make sure I don't lose aggro to the wind. But yeah, like, speaking of like, as I said, I played World of Warcraft since I was 10, right? I was like, I did tank raids in Wrath, and I was basically a tank main since Wrath of the Lich King. I think that's 2008. So you know, the tank brain is very old. It's a very old tank brain, yes. A red main. I was a prot main. Prot paladin. Yeah, I do agree with that, Eric. That is true. Specifically that it punishes you if you take like one step too far. It's very effective at teaching you that. Also, hey Donald, hope you're doing well. 28%. I think this fight has been going for like 8 minutes at least. Something like that. Risk of enrage on any of the bosses? Nope. The only enrage in Mount Gulg is you enter with 90 minutes on the timer. It's the only one. Yeah, that is exactly it, Chelsea. That was why I said very early in this fight, I was complaining about it already when she used Solitaire Ring for the first time, because I could already see, oh man, this is going to take an eternity, because she's going to be using those things repeatedly and just add 20 seconds to the timer every time. That moment when you have to weave a message deletion. Donald says I wonder if Paladin might go a bit faster with dots over a long fight. What dots? Since Paladin lost their dots with their rework last year. You mean the Circle of Scorn dot? The key thing, the weakness of Paladin in a dungeon like this is that you would be missing... Donald, when Paladin got reworked at the start of last year, their Goring Blade was turned from a combo finisher that does damage over time into just like a single big hit that is on a 1 minute cooldown. And their magic burst no longer... whoops, I chose the wrong one. I was certain that wasn't the last one. Oh well, I think I'll be fine. With one Vuln stack. I haven't used Reprisal this entire fight, so I also haven't used Holmgang, and the boss is nearly dead, so I think this will be good. Yeah, the thing is, Donald, that dot isn't particularly strong. So even if it would be helpful that it could tick while the boss is away, it's just damage. The key problem that Paladin would face in a dungeon like this is that you don't have any passive healing as Paladin. The only option you have is Divine Veil. I think. Does that even heal below level 88? I'm pretty sure it's just a shield below that. So basically all you have is Clemency at level 80. Right, 64 minutes to complete Mount Gulg solo. Imagine if you could Holmgang to keep it. You know, I imagine that part of the reason why Holmgang stopped being just a snare was because they realized that it was kind of worthless in most boss fights. And if anyone's wondering about that, in 2.0, according to patch notes I could find, Holmgang was just an action that pulled the enemy to your location, I believe it pulled them, and snared both you and your target to the spot. It didn't make you not killable. It just snared the target. They later in A Realm Reborn added the you can't die. I think it wasn't until like Stormblood or something like that before they actually said, you know what, how about we make you allowed to move during Holmgang? Weren't there also a lot more actions that moved enemies around back then? I think there was a time where White Mage's Fluid Aura, which has since been deleted, was a knockback. But it also did damage, which caused people to use it on cooldown, which is not fun with a knockback. I believe monks had a knockback. Something weird like that. A key one that sometimes people assume and then mistakenly assume is that Bard's repelling shot has always moved themselves back, not their target. Gale says warriors were just supposed to tank without an invuln. In A Realm Reborn, the only one that had an invuln was Paladin. They just had hallowed ground. And then later in A Realm Reborn, they were like, maybe we should give warrior this. That is a big hat. Let's see. Tone Cow says, are you trying level 80 plus after this? Yes, we're doing Amaurot next. I'm planning to go through all of these, or at least try all of these, before we move on to seeing if we can do anything in Endwalker. I believe the way we will have to do it when we eventually get to Endwalker dungeons is I will have to bring 3 people to enter the dungeon with me so that I can actually get my foot in the door. Because you can't actually queue for Endwalker content solo. Or enter the content solo. I have a note I need to check here in this. I have a feeling that I didn't even check that in Mount Gulg, but I have a feeling that my new relic weapon is better in Amaurot. Is there anything I need to do before we go in? I think I have everything I need. I have potions. I have burst potions if we need. I think I have everything. Oh, you could wait 5 months. Wamp wamp. Nah, we'll see what we do then.
Welcome
right.
to the final days of Amaurot.
Let's see here. I think the very slightly more, slightly less, but instead determination is better. Thank you, Logan. Jenny says paralysis, poison, etc. could be helpful in lower level dungeons. Yeah.
The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
The reason why I got rid of my paralysis, paralysis and blinding potions and stuff, is specifically because they're level gated in the way that they don't work on higher level mobs. So they just stop working. And they don't scale well. But in lower level content, those kinds of potions are insanely strong. Oh, you mean the paralysis removal potions? Is that what you mean? The spine drops? I thought you meant the potions that remove that apply it to the enemy. Because I have used those in like a Realm Reborn dungeons when we were soloing those. It's surprisingly helpful to blind an enemy for like 30 seconds, I think it was. It's actually weirder than that, Jacob. If I remember correctly, the way that Warrior used to work is that it just like when you used certain actions, you generated, you know, wrath stacks and stuff like that. When you only had Defiance, the tank mode stance, it increased healing received. And I think something like crit rate or something, perhaps. But it specifically increased healing received. But when you had 5 stacks, you could use Inner Beast. And Inner Beast healed you for a lot when you used it, in addition to doing damage. Oh, nice. I didn't know that you just needed to kill one mob to do that. The important thing that we need to clarify, Jacob, is that depending on whether you had Defiance or Deliverance, Deliverance being added in Heavensward, which was the damage mode, the damage mode stacks increased your damage by increasing your crit rate or something, whereas the defensive one increased healing received. And in the damage stance, you could use Fell Cleave instead of Inner Beast. Ah, convenient. Did you know that this debuff that the bomb applies only stacks up to 5? Good luck, Donald. Ah, I actually wanted to stun it. It turns out that if the bomb is stunned when it dies, it doesn't explode, from what I have seen at least. You could also use Arm's Length, that's true. I tend to forget it, especially on these packs where it seems not needed. Exactly, Jacob. The problem with the stacks on old Warrior before Stormblood is that the tank stance, each stack made you like receive more healing, which was really good defensively, like to have. And the damage stance just, you know, gave you more crit chance, which is good for your like sustained damage. But to use Inner Beast in the defensive stance, or Cleave in the offensive stance, you had to drop all that, which meant that it was a loss in, like, it was kind of like a gain in the immediate present, but a loss in the immediate future, which is really weird. They removed this entire mechanic in Stormblood, because in Stormblood they just added gauges, you know, job gauges. Yeah, those were Stormblood, apparently. What do you mean by similar issues with Greased Lightning? Oh, you mean Tornado Kick eating your Greased Lightning? Do you mean that one? I think that was removed in Shadowbringers when they removed Greased Lightning, actually, or rather when they reworked Greased Lightning to be a passive. When they did that, by the way, in Shadowbringers, Tornado Kick was just an OGCD. You just use it once every, like, minute or 40 seconds or something. And then in Endwalker, they gave them the Masterful Blitz and all that. These are some tanky mobs. I feel like we're going to reach the first boss in around the same amount of time as we did in Mount Gulg. Zero Cadence says, can you solo level 80 content with any tank, or does it have to be a warrior? I can't tell you whether you can necessarily, because I haven't tested most of these dungeons. Like, much of this stuff is me figuring out whether we can while we're here. But the most capable of the 4 tanks is warrior by a significant margin. So there's a reasonable chance that some content it has to be a warrior. But I could imagine that there might be some fights where Gunbreaker might be able to. Dark Knight, I just don't think they can. And Paladin will like, if you as you noticed, I finished Mount Gulg with like 26 minutes on the clock left as a warrior. If I had been a paladin, then every time I need to heal, I would lose damage, and I would need to heal a lot, because at level 80 you only have clemency. But just to clarify on your question, Zero Cadence, you said, can you solo level 80 content with any tanks, or must it be a warrior? It probably has to be a warrior if you're doing it synced, which is what I'm doing. If you're doing it unsynced, then there's a reasonable chance any tank could do it. Although, for example, Dark Knight will probably have a harder time than most of the other tanks. Dark Knight's invuln will not be super hard to utilize solo. You just have to use it when you're near dead. Then it instantly heals you to full. Gunbreakers, on the other hand, might be a little brutal to utilize, since at level 80 you don't have Heart of Corundum yet. Yeah, go for it, Emir. been a while, I think, since people have been doing solo synced alongside me. Brutal Shell. I mean, Gunbreaker would have just Aurora and Brutal Shell to keep them topped up. Dude, that's White Mage. You remember I'm doing it synced. I think what Jenny means is doing the 1-2 combo with Brutal Shell. I can tell you though, Jenny, that we have used that at lower levels. We specifically used it in Dusk Vigil, which is where Gunbreaker is the strongest of the tanks, specifically because Brutal Shell gets its shield upgrade at level 52. And the weakness of the healing combo of, like, you know, using like 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 to maximize the healing, the weakness of it is that you're dealing very little damage, which actually means that some of those fights you might have trouble with actually beating the fight because it takes far too long. But we have tried it. So generally the question... Wait a minute, I think I messed up. Do I make it? I did. For some reason, it spent so long not using Falling Sky that for some reason I thought it had already done it. Oops. And never punished. Easy game. If I hadn't made it but Holmgang had worked, then I would still have been on the back foot by far. So at this point, the fight is usually long past over. Yep, that's also true, Eric. That is also, like, that is exactly also the reason why I was saying, like, in Mount Gold, a warrior who does not have to, like, really sacrifice very much damage to maximize their healing, I still only had like 25 or 26 minutes left. So if I had been a paladin, I would have had to do things like 1-2, 1-2 clemency. And with Gunbreaker, I would have had to do things like 1-2 spam for Brutal Shell healing. And both of those would be a tremendous damage loss, which I simply might not have the time to offer. There sure are a lot of raining meteors here. Paladin went to Bible study. He knows just where to cut. So many meteors. Well, we're over halfway through at least with this boss. Actually, it just occurred to me there might be a problem on the second boss. Because the second boss technically has a DPS check. I just don't know if it kills you. But we'll have to see when we get there. Is there a monster like this on the moon? That's a good question. I think I actually thought about that myself and didn't find one, but maybe there is one from a Fate. Tonkao says the third boss has a it has a DPS check. It does not. Not really, but I know what you're talking about. The final boss in this dungeon has a soft DPS check. Or a soft enrage, because you'll run out of platforms to hide from the laser beam on. But the thing is, Warrior can just heal through that. I know that, because I've done that in like actual groups. Like, oh, the healer's dead? Well, whatever. I'll just use Nascent Flash to keep one of my DPS alive through this. It'll be fine. Absolutely sure. It doesn't kill you, it just does damage. I've also done it where I was like a healer and I had a Dark Knight tanking for me, and I just spam healed myself through it and had the tank use defensive cooldowns and TBN. It's not actually it's actually not a fail state. Got more stats in that situation? What do you mean? I was doing it synced. You can absolutely survive it. Oh, party bonus. I mean, if it was the party bonus, then I would have been like, I would have died by like I would have survived by a very small margin. Party bonus is at most in a dungeon is at most 4%. So I don't think that is going to be the thing that makes or breaks it. But you're right, I did technically have more stats then. %4 is 4%. Yeah, it is. But generally, a tank, I'm pretty confident a tank can solo the final boss in this dungeon. Synced. The problem is the rest of the dungeon. Which is a little funny. Oh yeah, you can solo the last part of this dungeon. You just have to reach it. Oh boy. First beast, you have a lot of HP. Let me just say that. Whoever summoned you, they certainly nailed it in that particular aspect. I have to take this one. Jenny, did you not hear what we were talking about in this entire time? The laser beam can be survived. You can just tank it. and actually the boss stops approaching you at some point. Just stops coming closer. You can solo it as a tank. You can. I can assure you. The question is whether I can reach it. Because the second boss has a very clear DPS check. You think I didn't understand you? Did you also mean a soft enrage, which was what I was saying? I don't remember if I said it again there, but I did mention it. Just home gang. It would be sad if we can't reach the final boss because the second boss has a DPS check. But there is a possibility that it doesn't, like, kill you just because the cast goes off. There's a possibility. Ow. And also in ways gets a bit scary to go in with a little healing left. My goodness, you're tanky. You put on your strong shirt today, let's say that. Wow. Is that a robot? Which one? That guy? Yeah. Can you not spread all over Narnia when I'm trying to cleave you all? Can you not do that? Yeah, please and thank you. What? Oh, whoops. The random stray off combo Mithril Tempest. It's okay. I've seen the duty support NPC do it. It's totally fine. It's totally intended. I'm sure they wouldn't have the NPCs do something that isn't right. I really hope we can beat the second boss.
The city's burned. The waters ran red with blood.
We should probably save one of these ready for the DPS check, just to try our best. Also try and stockpile resources to go as hard as we possibly can when we get to it. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Donald. It's quite funny that the boss like keeps approaching you, the final boss, in the dungeon, and because you're supposed to have beaten the boss before it reaches you, usually you'd never get to see that it's never going to come for you. It's actually a little funny sometimes when we have like a mechanic that looks like, oh, if this keeps going, you're actually going to wipe. And then the boss just goes, oh no, actually the mechanic just like resets or something. Like, I think a good example of that is the first boss in the Male Darkhold, where you have those crystals that dim over time. So you're like, you might go into the fight like, oh, I don't know if I have enough crystals to actually finish this fight before I'm out. But when a crystal like is snuffed out of light, a different crystal just turns on instead. Which you only figure out by spending a little too long in that fight. Why are you all so tanky? Why you have to be this way? It's too much! Ah. Level 80 mobs. But I mean, I don't feel like I spent this much time on every mob back in Stormblood level 70 mobs. Or maybe I just don't remember it like that. Maybe the reason I feel this way is because in Stormblood I spent more time running back and forth. So it made sense that it took a long time to kill them. But it feels like despite me spending more time in melee range of the mobs, they take longer. Shadowbringers just seem to have healthy mobs. I know what you mean there, Chelsea, but it does sound quite funny when you put it like that. Yes, these summons of despair, they're in a very healthy state. Yes, they eat their greens. Gives them more HP. Yum. Very robust. Yeah, exactly. They have a good diet. This guy has a good diet. Don't know about the floaty boys, but this man, he lifts. Right, I guess he fleshes specifically. Meanwhile, you don't get as big muscles by shivering. I don't even know what that is, but this guy does that. I don't even know if it's one guy. It has a lot of faces. How many names do you have, friend? Whew. We finally made it to the second boss. Right. The right side, you could headbutt him. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well. That would be pretty funny, Emir. Very weird. It would be like a case of, oh yeah, the reason why you can't like go into the dungeon solo in Endwalker is actually because if you could do that, then you would realize that the mobs aren't actually that strong. Oh boy. The big cleave. Blap. Interesting, because the two bombs, of course, apply the same debuff to increase their power. They stack it quicker. I should keep that in mind. The potion will put my tincture on cooldown, so I don't want to use a potion during the last pack at the very least. Indeed, it will be possible to run all of the Endwalker dungeons solo once Stormtrail comes out. But in the meantime, what we will have to do is I would have to like see if I can bring 3 friends to help me enter the dungeon so that I can do it solo. That will be the way that we'll approach that when we get to that. If you do better at not getting hit, you'd find it easier. Hope this helps. Yes. If I take less damage, then I will take less damage. Incredible advice, indeed. I know that it's memes. Don't worry, Steve. So what you're saying is I should just not take damage. This boss is really easy. What you have to do is just don't get hit, Lamau. I'm pretty sure there's another pack after this. Just parry them. Yeah, that's what we're aiming for. We'll just when you're in an awkward, difficult spot, and the boss is going to hit you very hard, and you don't have a defensive cooldown, just parry the hit. Wait, like it's that easy. Just parry. What if it's magic? I don't know. Bring a shield next time. Idiot. Right, so now we will just basically sandbag it and just stockpile resources to burst the boss. I don't think there is any way that I can actually burst the boss down in time, but I don't want it to be a possibility that it was because I wasn't prepared. So at the very least, I'll give it my best shot at bursting it right out the gate. It would be pretty funny if it just keeps charging up forever. Like repeatedly. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Now I have to stay in this phase for another minute. But if it just keeps charging up, and then when you finally kill it, just goes, and then you die, and then it resets. It appears it wasn't exactly something we could call an issue that I had to stay in this phase for another minute, huh? Can those Shrivers, by the way, stack up a little bit better? Just standing over in a corner spamming a ranged attack. How brave of you. At least when I'm spamming a ranged attack, I'm running. Well, this is going to be awkward in a second. I'll just repeatedly use these Storm's Eye finisher so I have as much of the damage bonus as I can. Alright, Emir. Enjoy your evening. Yeah, we're going to have to come to terms with the fact that this guy is going to explode in my face. There's no way that I'll make that DPS check. What did I when did I die? At 50%? Yeah, that is not happening. Are you just going in synced with sync down gear? Yeah, it's just synced. It's just synced. We stopped using minimum item level somewhere around post game of A Realm Reborn because it turned out that doing content in like after that level at minimum item level sometimes meant, oh, you have half the HP, so like you might be able to, like, by the skin of your teeth beat the first boss, but then the rest of the dungeon just is impossible because of a stat check. Whereas if you do it synced, then at least you can do it, which I think was a bit more entertaining. Seeing as you got to 50%, maybe it could work if you go for Biss for level 80 or whatever item level you're forced down to. Going for Biss like that isn't going to give me 100% more damage done. Maybe 10%, but that's like a pretty high, like that. I'm pretty sure that's an overestimation. That's why I said, oh, he was at 50%. We had a DPS check back in a post game of Stormblood. The fight with Xenos in Alamigo? Yeah, in Alamigo. But there, it was like one of his swords had like 20% HP left. So it was like a matter of a few GCDs. But in this case, I would need to double my damage. Like, I would need to bring a whole extra person. And I don't think best in slot gear would do it. What I will do instead is, hey goddammit, hope you're doing well. Which one is the next one on the list? Winning. I'll have you decide instead. Do we go back in with Blue Mage and see if Blue Mage can do it better? Because Blue Mage is still within level range here. Or we can also just move on and say, okay, well, a normal job doesn't seem to be able to do it. I'm reasonably certain that that Blue Mage might be able to do it, simply because Blue Mage has an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage. Yeah, exactly. Cat Damon says, I've soloed this on Blue Mage. I think I went in a group. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure I went in a group when I got this spell. Vela says you'd need to be playing a DPS job and be super on the ball. And even then, I think it would still be hard if we completely ignore the part where, I mean, you have to, you know, do everything leading up to that DPS check. Jail says Shriver, aka someone who shrives or administers penance. I suppose that makes sense for those creatures. Hey Graham, hope you're doing well. And Chloe. This is the one where Blue Mage gets the big funny laser, right? Yes. Right, I'll leave the vote up for a bit longer for anyone who actually wants to vote on it. There should be like a poll in the stream chat for anyone that hasn't seen it. Although it is distinctly not visible in the overlay. Yeah, you would need a... you would, like... How much damage I did exactly? Who knows for sure? But I would need to double it. Kind of. And even then, not really, because I'm pretty sure the boss came down with however much HP they had remaining. So... It would make... Like, maybe I'd actually have to do more than double the damage. Thank you, Chelsea, and good luck with your raid tonight. Big Chicken stopped us from seeing a warrior tanking big laser. Well, then it does seem like we might be seeing a Blue Mage tanking a big laser instead, assuming Blue Mage doesn't trounce it so thoroughly that it isn't even on the table. Well, I'll need to find a tank to ethereal mimicry. You get 2 tincture windows in at least. Yeah, I suppose at the start of the fight you could have I could have used a tincture, but I wonder if the boss would just leave earlier if you push it at the start. That was why I didn't really bother to do anything particularly amazing at the start. Simply because I was like, well, it's probably just going to be that the boss leaves earlier, and that doesn't help me very much. A tank. Usually with Blue Mage, these things go either extremely fast or they're not possible. Like, we will reach the point where we go, we can't do this much faster. Simply because Blue Mage is so insane. I think I already have my setup as well.
Welcome to the final days of Amaurot.
Are the enemies technically undead for Saintly Beam or not? I don't know. I don't know if that has ever come up before. How would I know if they're undead? I don't know if I have a spell slot for that.
Energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
I feel like I have something on my bars that I don't need. Oh, right, I don't need this. I might want this for the trash packs. Bruh. And you not? Boonk. This is what I was looking for, is that I observed in the last go that the second pack spawns once you killed the Stalker in the first pack. So I just wanted to get the most value out of my Ultra Vibration. I wonder if they are. Let's test it. I don't think it'll make much of a difference whether I have a Missile or Saintly Beam for this. Why are you not frozen? This horse is just the amazing dodger of spells. This is incredible. How much damage is that? They're not undead. Hey 11, hope you're doing well. Aren't the enemies like memories or something? I mean, maybe their memories describe them as undead. I don't know. I feel like Chloe's suggestion that they might be undead sounded very reasonable in my head. So it was worth a shot. Turns out they're not undead. Yeah. Why am I running around it? I have a frontal positional. Oh boy. I should have chosen a ranged attack. Guess I'll cast this. Yeah, indeed, Jacob. I kind of saw the same thing. I was like, oh, 440. What dungeon drops 440 gear? Is there even one? Hey, Logan. Oh, welcome back, Logan. Yeah, it turned out that we could not beat the DPS check on the second boss. So, we had a little vote. I just want to highlight that when we did this on Warrior, we hadn't even engaged the boss yet at this time. There's actually quite a lot of dungeons with DPS checks, Logan. The reason why people tend to miss them is simply because their DPS checks are so lenient that you don't really have to engage with them. Like, there are main scenario quest relevant mandatory dungeon bosses that have DPS checks. The reason why it just doesn't come up is because the DPS check is so lenient that you don't really notice. Often you know that there is a DPS check there. Like, it's clear, it's not like they're hiding it. It's just that, oh yeah, the gauge filled to like 40% and then the boss died or the mechanic ended. Like, it wasn't even close. And it doesn't even matter whether it's like a strong group or a weak group. It's never an issue. So it's very easy to miss that there can be a DPS check. I always knew that the chicken in this dungeon had a DPS check. I've just never seen it go off, like, at full. So I was curious whether it would kill you, and it did. It did, 900... It did 1 million minus 1 damage of true damage that's... Or unique damage, I believe it's called in this game. That passes through cooldowns. You can't even use an invulnerability. It just kills you. Thank you, Ham. Enjoy your evening. If it even is an evening. Blap.
The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Also, for anyone wondering why I'm not using Sprint, if you're not familiar with Blue Mage, there's like this Basic Instincts button you can use, and Basic Instincts like just basically makes you a powerhouse when you're solo in group content. And it happens to come packaged with permanent Sprint. It isn't explained like that. But it is that. I'm dead. Maybe I'm not dead. How did Mount Gulg go? Oh, we beat that in 64 minutes, Iron Reaver. Amaurot, on the other hand, as you can see, we're bringing the heat with Blue Mage. We got trounced by this big chicken boy, exploding. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. Are we missing anything? No, I think this is what we want. Wait, no, Ultra Vibration is actually a really, really bad idea on this. Stotram would be better. Chicken rematch. I wonder if even Ram's voice will stun the enemies here. The reason why Stotram is really good is because most Blue Mage AoE attacks, they do 220 potency, plus then half that to all secondary targets. But Stotram just flat out does 140 potency, which is more on the secondary targets. Let me test, does this work? I had a feeling it wouldn't. That's also a good point, Chloe. I usually just bring Blood Drain because if I remember correctly, you need a certain number of enemies for the Titania one to be better. And I don't think we're going to be lacking it. At least during the trash here. But you're right, it might be... in retrospect, I should have considered that. I had actually, now that you mention it, completely forgotten about that as an option. I think I have to actually stall a little bit here so that my cooldowns are ready. To get full blast, I would need to stall for 80 more seconds. I just need to make sure one of the mobs are still alive to stall as much as I please. There's actually also more we can do. If it turns out I need even more damage to do this, we can also bring out Moon Flute. I think I'll try and kill it with Devour when I'm ready. I didn't bring a burst potion. I think I have them on my Chocobo saddle. Wah, wah. Come on, Sprinter. You can do better than that. Come on, you're almost there. Well, now that's cheating. And also doesn't help you. Anyway. Oh my god. That's hilarious. That is so funny. The boss was standing up there on the hill, just slowly withering away because of Mortal Flame. Very balanced. I don't know what you're talking about. Blue Mage is a totally balanced job. Absolutely fair. Fair and balanced. It should be allowed in regular content, really. I wonder what would have happened if I just kept running in circles and then boss just comes down.
Just a little further. And you will see
Let it loose and could you imagine? You just queue for like your expert roulette or something, and then a Blue Mage at level 90 just comes in and just mows everything down. And you just run in and like your team is 2 Blue Mages or your DPS. Just instantly the first pack dies, then instantly the second pack dies because the Blue Mages have even coordinated their cooldowns. Excuse me? Ow. Excuse me? Ah! Ow. Yeah. Wait, there's only 2 mobs left, I just realized. Wait a minute. Why are those mobs so strong, though?
But between us and our goal,
Never mind.
misbegotten food.
Blue Mage and daily roulettes would be absolute insanity. It would be so incredibly overpowered. But also hilarious. Like, right until, like, the new car smell wears off. Because eventually it'll be a little bit like, I actually wanted to fight the boss? And Blue Mage just comes in like, and boss dead. Do we have one more thing we don't need? I don't think we have anything to... Well, I guess we don't need Sonic Boom. I just wanted a ranged alternative if I needed it. pain if you lose your spells depending on level of knowledge. That would be a shame, but then Blue Mage doesn't have that particular weakness that literally all other jobs have. It's part of the reason why Blue Mage is so insanely unfair also in synced content in any capacity. It's just, well, I mean, you can do whatever you want. Good luck, Torn Cow. Reapply the dot. Flap. Take a bite out of the boss. I feel like this boss is actually not hitting hard very often. So like I hardly need to use White Wind. Famous last words. Yeah, I do remember they talked about that as like an interesting idea, Silvermint, like a battle royale kind of Blue Mage PvP mode. That would be that would be quite fun, I think. The question is whether, like, who knows? Maybe they are actually working on it. There's also the possibility that they thought, yeah, that would be funny. Let's wait and see. Who knows if this whole battle royale hype has died down, and then people don't actually care after all. They just wanted every game to have the new thing, which isn't unusual. So maybe they took extra long to decide whether they should start on such a project, which would be somewhat reasonable. But there's also the possibility that they just never actually planned to do it. But I think it would be fun. Yeah. Didn't even see that AoE. And punch! Punch! Nice! Oh, Mortal Instance. Oh, I already have that. Yeah, the thing is with Blue Mage is, like, as you saw with the second boss, I mean, even if I didn't have my ridiculous, endless Mortal Flame dot just ticking away while I was getting ready, I would probably still easily made the DPS check that Warrior couldn't do. Part of the reason for that is Blue Mage is crazy strong. Another part of the reason is I said the DPS check was so insane that I would need an entire extra player to do it. Basic Instinct makes you do 100% more damage, so I technically brought on a whole extra player of power. So it's not too surprising that it worked. Now let me just see here. Set my random single target optimization buttons away again. I think this was what I had. Yep. And then back to Warrior. And back to my house. Eric says, see, I'm curious whether a VNC roulette next expansion would be a cool idea or a disastrous one. That is a good question. I don't know. It would be interesting now that we have... Well, I don't think it would be a V and C roulette. But maybe just a variant dungeon roulette. That might work. I think that would actually be a pretty good way to keep it healthy. Once they kind of like, you know, rotate out of being current expansion content. The Blue Mage would say, you don't pay my sub, and spam Flying Sardine. That is actually also true. And this is actually an excellent point as to another reason why Blue Mage might not be a good idea to have in normal content. On the one hand, a good Blue Mage prepped with spells is so good, so insanely good, that it basically invalidates every other job. The only thing that Blue Mage, like, the thing that makes Blue Mage so overpowered in that regard is Blue Mage does more damage than all other jobs. A reasonable counterpoint is that a tank Blue Mage is basically, like, their tankiness is like they're just holding up a sign to the boss saying, I'm actually a tank, so the boss hits for slightly less. They take a lot of damage. They take less than a DPS or healer Blue Mage, but they take way more damage than an actual tank. So a tank Blue Mage is usually something you have to bring because of things like Blue Mage lock, but if you were trying to optimize a group, I can imagine that an actual tank would be better than a Blue Mage tank. Similarly, if you need a lot of healing, like healing amounts that an actual healer has to provide, then the fact that a Blue Mage healer can do like 2, maybe even 3 times the damage of an actual healer isn't super important because you're going to die. You have to diamond back most tank busters. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really work if your tank has to be completely unable to attack for 10 seconds every time the boss does basically anything. It would also be very likely that if Blue Mage could queue for stuff, that the game would just go, well, it says here that you're DPS. You have the red icon. So it would be completely irrelevant. It would simply mean that you would have the problem that a Blue Mage could queue into regular content, but the Blue Mage wanted to tank. But there's also an actual tank there. So if the Blue Mage isn't reasonable, then it'll just be like, but I want to tank, and that's going to make it really awkward. It could also be that the Blue Mage queued in with the ethereal mimicry for healer. They could also make it so that the role icon changes color based on what role you've mimicked, right? But that's one side to the problem. The one side where, well, Blue Mage is insanely good when you're good at it and you've prepared it. That's one side. And Blue Mage is so insanely good that if it was allowed to play on an even playing field with the other jobs. It wouldn't be an even playing field, but because Blue Mage would do way more damage. You just, like, the first 15 seconds of a fight, the Blue Mage just, like, face plants on every cooldown it has with Moonflute and just does the damage of 2 other players. And then the Blue Mage just kind of sits there because they have to. Like, they just go... And then it's okay that they can't attack for 15 seconds. Like, just think about that, and the Blue Mage can do so much damage that it's actually not a problem. That Moonflute pacifies you for 15 seconds as a punishment. Eric says, imagine the Blue Mage loading in with tank mimicry but no defensive spells. Indeed. They load in with tank mimicry but no mighty guard. Because they felt like they didn't need it. They load in with no defensive cooldowns. To be fair, not like you have a lot of them. You have Chelonian Gate, which is okay, I guess. You have Dragon Force, which is bad. A 2-minute cooldown, reduced by spell speed for some reason. But it's a spell. It's better than Sentinel and Nebula and Vengeance and Shadow Wall. But it has a 2-second cast time for some reason. Which really makes it kinda suck on the opposite end. And then you have Diamondback. So Blue Mage is like really lacking in a lot of spots. But the real big problem with Blue Mage, if they could queue for regular content, is the bad Blue Mages. The unprepared Blue Mages. Those that don't have spells. You don't see them that much, because most people with Blue Mage, they might not have finished leveling it. That's the reason they don't have a lot of spells. They may have finished leveling it, but that's the easy part. Like, if you're getting boosted, the easy part is just getting boosted. Right? You just grab Flying Sardine, tag mobs, and someone kills them for you, and then within a few hours, boom, you're max level. But then you have to get the spells. But you would still be lacking like all of that. So you could land in like, even like something like Sastasha, you land in a dungeon with a Blue Mage that has Water Cannon and Flying Sardine. That Blue Mage is probably going to do less damage than, I don't know, a Lancer just spamming True Thrust. Because the Blue Mage is going to be like, oh wait, I have to cast my spell. So it would be a huge problem. It would be a huge problem in that regard. And the thing is, you might be saying, well, there's not many Blue Mages that would do that. Surely you wouldn't do that. Queue into a dungeon without having the spells? You wouldn't do that. And I would like to counter with, it's been a while, a few Mock Tome events ago, there was one where the prevailing strategy was doing battle on the big bridge, which is one of the Hildebrand trials. Using a tank and 7 Blue Mages. The reason why you used 7 Blue Mage, why you brought a tank, was because it made it easier to do, like it made it more consistent. And you only need, I think you only needed 6 Blue Mages to actually do the thing that you needed to do, to like speedrun it. So you didn't like, you still had an extra just in case something went wrong. And then you still had a warrior or a, you know, a tank. Any tank would do, honestly. So what you would do is you would, like, the first part of the fight, you just unload with all of your damage bar, like everything you can, including Moonflute, just nuke the boss down. And then you have 2 Blue Mages, preferably 2 Blue Mages, round up the mobs in between. Ram's Voice, Ultra Vibration. The reason why you brought 2 Blue Mages is because then one of them could use Ram's Voice and the other one could use Ultra Vibration. If you were really coordinated, you had one of them use Hydro Pole, I think, and then one use Ram's voice, and then one use Ultra Vibration. And again, the reason why you brought multiple was because then you could do like 3 in quick succession instead of one person standing there like Hydro Pull, Ram's voice, Ultra Vibration. And didn't really matter which ones did it, you just needed Blue Mages to do it. Sometimes you also just had 4 Blue Mages, so like you had 2 Blue Mages do Ram's voice, Ultra Vibration on the first pack, and then another pair do it on the second pack. Because that was also fast. The point was you just had to clear it quickly and efficiently. And then when you got into the boss room, you just used Moonflute, Whistle, whatever, maybe a few OGSDs, and then Final Sting. And you needed 6 Blue Mages to do that to kill the boss. I had wipes on that fight when I did this, because you would have your party finder open, people would join, and when people had joined, you would like go over like, okay, so everyone understands we use our cooldowns and Final Sting on the final boss, right? And everyone would be like, yes, I got it. And they would say, I got it. Like, I understand. And then when you actually got into the fight, you would like reach the final boss, and then there would be like one Blue Mage possibly just awkwardly standing there like, oh, that's what you meant with Final Sting. Oh, right, yeah, I don't have that spell. And meanwhile, they were also not the person who used big cooldowns on the first boss because they didn't have Moonflute, and they were also not helping with the ads because they didn't have Ram's voice or Ultra Vibration. They just hoped that no one would notice that they didn't have anything. And that happened a bunch of times just for me, that people would join like that. And whenever there is a Mock Tome event, there's like this huge burst in interest for Blue Mage. Like suddenly a lot of people go, oh right, Blue Mage, maybe I should level that. Which is just not the right time to do that, because you're not going to have all the Blue Mage spells you're going to need unless you really rush it now. Otherwise, you'll miss it. So it's better to just use the non-Blue Mage strategies for grinding Mock Tomes, and then be ready with Blue Mage next season. That's typically the better idea. But even then, those Blue Mage spell farming groups, either when Blue Mage is like, there's a new max level for Blue Mage, so people are grinding all the new spells, or during Mock Tome events, part of the reason why it's a bad idea to grind Blue Mage spells there is that there's a lot of those Blue Mages who goes, all of those players that go, oh right, Blue Mage, and then starts collecting spells, which means you could do something like, oh, I need Glass Dance from Shiva. That's a good spell. So that's like a staple. So you make a party finder for Shiva Extreme synced, because if you do it synced, there's a guarantee you actually get the spell. And you have like 1 to 4 Blue Mages that don't really have a spell list. Like, if you don't have to enter any like difficult content as Blue Mage to get a decent set of spells. Like, most of it you can collect outside, and if you're level 80, you can even grab I think you might be able to grab spells like Aetheric Mimicry without most of the good spells. So you just have to go and do it. But then people go, oh, well, there's a Shiva Extreme. Surely it doesn't matter that much that I'm not fully decked out. We're all learning. But half of the group already had maybe Angel's Whisper somehow. Like, they found a way to grab the Raise spell. They found a way to grab some of the spells that they can solo and things like that. And the other half potentially didn't. So there's a really high chance, just to circle back to the original discussion topic, what if Blue Mage could queue for regular content like roulettes? That could be a disaster, because not everyone realizes that Blue Mage doesn't really work without all those spells. Yeah, exactly. It was Mock Tome like a year ago. I actually streamed some of my farm of that Using Blue Mage, of course. Chloe says, I'm curious what the new Moktom event will be like. We still don't know what the Ultimog challenge will be. That is true. As far as I understood, we had like spammable challenges. Was it weekly challenges? And then like one overarching super challenge or something like that. I do wonder what that would be. Anyway. Next, we are doing the twinning. I don't know if I can solo that one either. Just for the record, I don't know if I can solo that one either, but I don't think any of the bosses have a DPS check. Actually, I think one of the bosses have like a huge amount of AoE attacks, which would be way easier with us when you're alone. Yeah. Excuse me? I don't actually know if the doors will open. I can't even remember if there's mobs down this path. If there's just the springboard thing. Does the door open for me? Nope, it's just 5 mobs. Okay. Guess we're fighting 5 mobs. Five mobs. It has been so long since I've had this dungeon at all. Like, it is the only reason why people, like, remember this dungeon is because of the memes. Like, honestly, I think a lot of people just completely miss that this dungeon, like, is unlockable. Like, why would you unlock the twinning in Endwalker? Which actually, now that I mention it, it's actually weird, but I've actually had Academia and Niter in random roulette during Endwalker, but I'm pretty sure I've never had the... maybe I've had the twinning once? I did the same, Angel. The thing is, actually, that depends on, like, when did you do 5.0, because... part of the reason why I did the twinning in 5.0 was because it was part of the highest difficulty roulette at the time. To get rid of the blue exclamation mark, of course. Aha! You did it after Endwalker, Angel. Fair enough. That makes sense. Like, if you go around the game trying to find all of the dungeons that you've missed, then that is actually a really good reason to have done it. But honestly, while we are on the subject of that, even in Shadowbringers, once the twinning, you know, fell out of being the highest, like the highest difficulty, or among the highest difficulty dungeons, just like Smileton and Sigmascape has now, you only see them really when you're doing, you know, well, you only did the twinning in Academia and Ida when you sometimes got them as a result of queuing for level 80 dungeon roulette back then. So like, it is kind of weird that they like fall out of favor so quickly. I suppose maybe that's part of the reason why they don't bother to make like a whole slew of max level dungeons in addition to whatever like 1 or 2 at the like at max level, like, and in every patch, because we care about it when we have expert roulette with only 2 duties. But when the next expansion rolls around, those 2 duties are almost just completely gone. What do you mean by that, Jacob? Let's see why the 2 you get post-game is synced across the expansion's life cycle. I don't think they are. Well, I think they're synced slightly higher than the you know, the final one of the leveling story. But I will say, I think it would be nice if they had more in the expert roulette as well. I do think that would be nice. Like, just have like an additional patch's worth of stuff in the expert roulette. Like then it means that in let's see, in X.1 we would have like just get 1 more dungeon added, then in X.2 we would get 1 more dungeon added, and then in X.3 we would lose the 3 that were at the start and then get 1 more. And then you might say that is a huge drop in the amount of dungeons we would have access to. Yeah, on the other hand, those 3 dungeons would have been part of that roulette for like a year at that point. So maybe it isn't that bad that we're scaling down from 6 to from 5 to 3. So I think that would at least mix things up a little bit more. Like I think one of the best examples of how this gets very monotonous with expert roulette, as we see it right now, is 11 having the experience that every time they tune into my daily roulette streams, they're like, "Oh, I missed the fish," or "Oh, you're fighting the fish. I got it with you fighting the fish this time," because for some reason I get ether font that often. That is just like, oh yeah, right, this stream always starts with then Kai fights some trash mobs, and there's those polar bears doing patty cakes or whatever, and then you fight a big fish monster. And that's how your daily roulette series just works, right? That's how it works. And yeah, that sounds about right, Jacob, that it worked better when they added way more dungeons per patch. But I wasn't around back in Heavensward or A Realm Reborn, so I don't actually know if they had those roulettes like that, or if it was different. Kai fights fish every morning. I fight... I sometimes do... Like, when I do expert roulette, I technically often fight a fish. But I actually... just checking, the daily reset on roulettes is at the same time in all regions, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Because in Denmark, the daily reset in Final Fantasy XIV is like, depending on whether it's daylight savings time or not, it's like 1 or 2 hours before, like, you know, it's 4 or 5 in the evening. So it's, you know, it's a little while before some people usually eat dinner. Ow! Ow! That hurt! Are they getting stronger, or did I get hit by something? I also want to point something out, which is, of course, a massive jump in subject, but I just want to bring up that when we do these, like when we attempt to solo these duties synced, it is a lot more significant whether you can solo a duty synced as a normal job. Partly because you don't actually get any story progression if you solo a dungeon with Blue Mage. Like you can't. Apparently, you cannot progress the MSQ with a Blue Mage. So I've heard, at least. So going, oh well, it doesn't matter that you can't solo this dungeon with Warrior because you could just bring Blue Mage. Yes, but if you were to like try and do that, like when actually completing the game, it wouldn't work. Yes, Xanadus, of course, I'm still soloing here. I wonder what will happen with these ads here. Partly because Blue Mage is broken, of course, but I mean, it's a little weird that they make this stipulation that you can't solo with Blue, like you can't progress the MSQ with Blue Mage, but it is totally legitimate to solo a dungeon unsynced with a regular job. That is totally allowed for some reason. That counts. You can even go a full 8-man party unsynced, and you will just be allowed to do that. It's a little weird that Blue Mage isn't allowed to play in that specific aspect. I feel like these mechanics are not as threatening when you're entirely alone like this. However, is a Tank Buster, I think, hurts a lot. Oh, that's a problem. How much damage does that do? That's not that much. Yeah, I get that, Stephen, but what I'm saying is that if you're in there trying to solo it with a Blue Mage, for example, you don't get credit for that, but you do get credit for, like, if you're level 90 with your Warrior for some reason, you can just go unsynced into, like, Titan normal and just bop Titan on the snoot. And that counts. But Blue Mage doing it synced, because Blue Mage actually can do that, doesn't count. That's what I mean, is that it's a little weird that they've made this specific restriction. But I can see, like, I can understand that they've just decided that nope, it's a limited job, and limited jobs have certain limitations. Exactly, Stephen. It's specifically if you clear an MSQ dungeon or an MSQ task, for example, with Blue Mage, it doesn't count. Like, it just doesn't give you credit. Just nope, you have to do it. You have to do it right. You have to do it with a normal job. And you go in and do it at max level or something, unsynced, and then the game goes, "Good job, you did it right. You gave the boss a fair chance with a normal job and a, I don't know, like 40 level advantage." But yeah, as I said, I'm not like going like blindly going, "Oh no, it's unfair. Blue Mage should be allowed to do that." Like, I can see why they've decided that they can't. It looked for a moment like I could actually sidestep that. You're not lost in the flood with a Blue Mage. The world that we walk is not actually allowing Blue Mage progression. Enjoy your dinner, Grau. Well, this boss certainly is a pretty good example of one that just overall hurts like wow. Like one of those where you have to really make sure that you're not wasting any healing to keep up with the damage. Which is good. That does mean that it's not like the first boss in Mount Gulg, where it was like the boss was at 80% and I'm sitting there like, I think I've won. Like, this one is perfectly capable of just stomping me if I stop paying attention. I can sidestep that. Okay, well, that changes things massively. That means that I don't have to take that massive hit anymore. That's that changes everything. It changes everything insofar that this makes it way easier. I could totally take that hit, but I'm not going to if I didn't have to. That is actually a pretty good idea, Steven. That's a pretty good idea. Especially now that they're going to add an additional one, right? Because I could imagine that a huge part of why people don't really like a lot of players don't really care for Blue Mage is because all party content you want to do as Blue Mage, you have to like go into Party Finder and group up with people. Whereas if you could have a roulette, they could make it so that like when Blue Mage changes into like when they mimic a tank or a healer, their icon actually changes to the appropriate color. That would already be a nice little quality of life. And then when you queue into, you know, limited job roulette, the game acknowledges that, oh, you want to be a healer, so you'll be the healer in this group, for example. They could also make it so that there's the NPCs at the start. That would also be an option, of course. But then again, just something, because what would really help is if people could get groups for limited job content without having to go through the Party Finder. Like, I get it. The whole point, we're playing a multiplayer MMO. We're supposed to be communicating with each other. But I can understand why a lot of people would rather just not. That says, does Holmgang do anything on a self-destruct target? I've never tried it. What do you mean? How do you mean, Darth? Hey Zip, hope you're doing well. "20 minutes in and one boss is down." Xanadu says, I still strongly suspect that my stories of Adamantoise is due to being a super full server on Ether. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, that because Ether is like the biggest raiding data center in NA, there's a reasonable chance that that's the cause of why there can be a lot of maybe too competitive players there that can get a little bit toxic, maybe. Then again, each person might have a different experience, so we can't just point fingers at anyone in particular. Bob says, I'm currently fishing. Is there any strategy at low level? Or do we just find the right place and pray? I think it's a case of... Uh-oh, I missed the timing on the Berserk. I think it's just a case of you need to find the spot where the fish is. Hey Ryan and hey Malice, hope you're doing well. Although maybe some people that are more like into fishing would know. But I'm pretty sure that it's mostly just a matter of like finding where the fish actually happens to originate from and then using the correct bait. Although I don't even know if you need to do that anymore with the ocean fishing bait that just does a little bit of everything. Although I guess you could be more specific by bringing the specific bait that the specific fish wants or something like that. It's been a while since I did fishing in greater detail. Oh, by the way, there's 2 of this guy in the next Megapole, I'm pretty sure. It's mildly annoying that I can just barely not survive without just raw intuition. Though I might be able to stun lock or prevent both Reptoids with a careful use of alternating which one I stun and which one I interrupt. I think I might be able to prevent both of them from using Berserk. That was a little too close. Yeah, the only time where you don't plan for the chaos with Blue Mage is if you're doing like like achievement or something, you're aiming specifically to get like the savage raid clears or something, then you might have to like... Oh, I should not have used both of those. That was extremely wasteful of me. Yeah. Can't remember which one of them I stunned last, but I guess I can mix it. I can get it wrong once. Ah, one of them snuck in the Berserk in time. Oh boy. Guess I'll just have to run instead. I was really hoping to get some damage with Vengeance. And I feel like it did that pretty good. Your average group in this particular dungeon, this pull is like the killer. Because people don't, like, if you don't have a really solid tank, you might just get stomped by the Reptoids. I have specifically heard people mention this particular pull as a really hard pull. But the reason is the Reptoids. But consider that having to interrupt something on a random mob that doesn't particularly stand out from the pack. And then there's two of them. You have to interrupt both of them. Only the tank can do that. Not everyone can help with the interrupts, can they? Only the tanks and ranged physical, but because there's two of them and they use it rarely enough, as you saw here, I managed to prevent both of them from getting a single Berserk off for 90 seconds. Like, I stopped both of them 3 times in a row. So if just... That's weird. Why does a darts message not appear in the overlay? But yeah, then again, to have a single, to have just the tank deal with all that, that tank would still have to be pretty good. Ah, there's a cloaking device. Very strange. Fair enough, Darth. But still, your message about creature types only in Circus, specifically from what I can see, didn't actually appear in the overlay, which really weirded me out because it looked like every other message came through. Is your overlay set to top chat? It should not be. It should not be, but from what I can see with the overlay settings, I can only give it the link to the chat. And the link doesn't change if I set it to live chat, personally. I'll have to look into that later, I guess. Enjoy, Steven! See, this was exactly... I had a feeling that this boss might be exceptionally easy solo, because its entire gimmick is, oh, there's only 4 safe spots. How is your group going to distribute them without getting hit by the mechanic? Meanwhile, I'm like, I'll do with 1. I wonder why Dart's message wasn't in top chat. Amaurot says this boss is straight out of Final Fantasy 13. That is rare. As far as I recall, Final Fantasy 13, I think according to a lot of people, is like a black sheep. But I'm not sure why. I think a lot of it had to do with a lot of people saying that the story was too linear or something like that. Forced you to jump a lot between characters, so there was not as much freedom. It sounds about right. So the thing is that the reason why that can be weird to discuss in Final Fantasy terms is because, like, a lot of the Final Fantasy games are, like, technically kind of on rails, as far as I know. Like, for the most part, there's a very specific way the story is going to go. And sure, there's a few side quests, but for the most part, you're doing this next. And it isn't unusual for the game to decide, like in some of them, the game decides what, like who you're bringing at any given time. So like, it isn't that out of the ordinary. I think I'm guessing that the reason is just that Final Fantasy 13 combined too much of a lot of things that people normally didn't mind. But in the quantity that Final Fantasy 13 offered it in, it maybe got a little too much, right? Exactly as Dart says, you have the illusion of illusion in Final Fantasy 13 of open. Well, sorry, you have the illusion of open world, but you don't really have the illusion in 13 because it throws you around so much, right? You cannot backtrack in 13, well, you technically can in 10. Ah, yeah, that would be a deciding factor, right? I would certainly find it very annoying in a fantasy, in an RPG, if there was regular points in the story where, oh, you can't backtrack anymore. That would cause me to feel like I have to read like a walkthrough to make sure I don't miss anything, because maybe I'll regret missing something. Yeah, so I could absolutely see that being annoying. I feel like there's also points in the other Final Fantasy games where it's like no points of return, where, oh, if you didn't do this thing at that time, you miss out. But it's rare. Like, there's only specific points where that happens, so it isn't as excessive in a way. The story doesn't make sense if you could backtrack. I see what you mean. And raise you Final Fantasy 14. They solved the problem. The solution was, who cares? Also had a lack of side activities. What is the Crystarium system? A less grindy version, and it was a simpler and less grindy version of the sphere system from 10. Huh. Yeah, depending on who you ask, that would be a good or a bad thing. Wow! This boss really took a while for being one of those where it felt like it was already over right at the start. It's always a problem when a boss is like 80% party mechanics when you're solo. It's like, oh, I mean, you do all that raid-wide damage stuff. I'll just get free healing and damage on you. It's fine. It's difficult to party alone. These mobs... Okay, they are doing some damage. It felt for a moment like they're basically doing nothing. There's a little bit of a surprise burst because some of them have a tank buster. It makes it a little bit scary to drop this low. Ow. Yeah, boy. We still have half of the, over half of the dungeon timer left. So we're not in a rush. As long as the final boss doesn't have something that can wipe us, then we have, yeah, plenty of time. Mainly because if the final boss can wipe us, then suddenly we need enough time for multiple attempts, and these bosses tend to take like up to 15 minutes, it feels like. Something like that. There's one big AoE pull after this. What is this anyway? Is it discs? Is it rocks? What are you? It's always nice when you get the crit equilibrium. I could probably have waited one GCD with Raw Intuition there. Oh well. feel like I've gotten a pretty good cooldown rotation to stay in range for as long as possible. But the keyword is as long as possible. I clearly can't stay forever. Oh, nice. Another crit equilibrium. A crit-librium even. I don't know about the remastered Darth, but what I do know is that there's this, I think there's this like project in like freshing up Final Fantasy IX. But that is like a fan project, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that it's a fan project. Also, Alexander music. Which means we've reached the final boss. Oh. Oh wait, it's safe under him. It's a little hard to see. There's a beam behind him pointing at me. Yeah, I just remembered that Tycoon is a lot like the boss in Malika's Well, the final boss, where it just kinda hits really hard. But then the Tycoon also has a tank buster on top. On the bright side, every time he does the defensive array thing, he's just wasting time. Because I'm aiming to not get hit by that at the very least. That's the game plan. Yeah, Locust is awesome. Trevor says, I don't remember this dungeon at all, but apparently I've done it at least once. Are you sure you haven't just unlocked it? I'm sure there's a possibility that you just unlocked it. Or is the check mark on the dungeon so that you can see that you did it? Ah, okay, it has the check mark. Ow. Took way too long to navigate out of all of that. I shouldn't face him to the edge. I should just do this. Just stand in the middle so I have more space. Bro, that's a lot of beams. Are you expecting me to memorize all that? I think I'm going to wipe. This is a better configuration. We have time for a rego. I can't have 3 vulnerability stacks. That's too much. Even if I had survived getting through those vulnerability stacks, I would have spent a lot of time like recuperating and getting cooldowns back that I had to waste because of it. Yeah, my mistake was don't hang out on the edge if there's no reason to. Because what got me was that he like cornered me with the beams, and then he put down the dark circles, and then I got hit by 2 of them. Travis, at least it's just remember those 2 things. In this case, what caused me trouble was that the configuration of the beams is somewhat random. Because it's partly based on how I faced the boss. I think I actually positioned it in such a way that there was nearly no good save spots at all, which was what's causing me all that trouble. Right. Good thing that we didn't wipe later in the fight. And we do have time for another try or 2. And in this case, it's not the boss that is impossible. It's just me being bad. That's the reason I wiped. After this mechanic, I will go and get into the center. That is always the reason why it is concerning if I'm having trouble with the mechanic. It's not because, oh, the mechanic will kill me. The problem is specifically and exclusively because the vulnerability stacks will give the boss the exact advantage it requires to beat me. That's the only thing it needs to get the upper hand. It just occurred to me that this might be way easier to manage if the boss is just in the center of the room. Because many of the laser beams strike straight through the middle, so if I'm just not standing on him, then I'm fine. Fine, like on the Reaper last stream. Yeah, kind of, because I don't actually know if I'm fine. This is way better. Why didn't I have a big space like that on the previous try? What killed me was that there was no good spots. Brr. Are you going easy on me now, Tycoon? I'm glad to hear that, Traverse. That makes it all worth it. Because the thing is, it didn't hurt me. Like, I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny too. So if it got some happiness, if it was worth some happiness for someone else, then it was like a net gain. I also thought it was hilarious. Like how perfectly I was like, I think I'm fine, and then the floor just disappears under me. That is an interesting strategy, Tone Cow, but that is actually not, and that's not a bad idea. That way you can minimize the amount of space you lose. Like, if I do this, I'm pretty sure I've maximized the area of this safe spot I've made myself over here. Wait, my Storm's Eye has run out. Why am I not using defensive cooldown so as rail cannon? I should be doing that. Yeah, earlier in the stream we were talking about the subject of could other tanks solo this kind of content synced? To which my reply was, I don't know, but the reason why I think the answer is mostly no is because of how much you rely on the insane healing capacity of Warrior. And this is an excellent example of exactly that. And just consider how much you would have to spam Clemency as Paladin in this situation. That is a good tip, Tone Cow, by the way. I hadn't actually thought about doing that. I don't know how much I can do that, but it is a good idea to like at least consider it. Not the wheel says status update. I tried soloing Mount Gulg with my White Mage, and I got about to 4th pack before I realized I'd run out of time before I beat it. Aww. Well, on the bright side, you realized that earlier in the dungeon. When you say the 4th pack, I assume it was still before the first boss? Or did you mean the 4th pack as in the pack just before the 2nd boss? I can't remember. How many packs are there before the first boss? I'm guessing your yes was to the first thing I said. Because that's like the reason why I don't even bother attempting these runs at minimum item level anymore is because many of these dungeons are already too hard. So I don't want to like discover when I'm like halfway through the dungeon that I'm not strong enough for the final boss. So I have to go out and reset synced. Because ultimately, while it is interesting to know whether you can like solo a dungeon at minimum item level, it's probably more interesting whether you can solo it at all. I feel like there's always like one of the beams like far out in the distance that I'm having a hard time seeing properly behind the Tycoon that keeps getting me. If I don't get more Vuln stacks, I think I can recover from this. That was a very annoying time for you to use Rail Cannon. That means I lost some of my Raw Intuition healing. So I had to cancel Raw Intuition with Shake It Off. How many packs are there? Yeah, exactly, Malice. There's just a lot. There's just a lot of stuff. I think there's 5 packs before the first boss. I'm pretty sure there's 5. But the thing that makes it difficult to remember is because they get like sent at you in a way. So, from what I can see, it seems like one of the 3 lasers tend to be on a weird, awkward angle, and the other 2 tend to be, like, on a more, like, even angle. So if I can line him up so he, like, matches with 2 of them consistently, then I just have to make sure to specifically choose to hang out in the corner that isn't being touched by the weird laser angle. I think this spot is safe. By the way, I just realized, has he? Oh, he's done that weird like black circles thing like twice in the entire fight, and then he just decided it wasn't fun and just stopped doing it. Given that he uses it twice so early in the fight, I would have assumed that it would be like part of his, like, his general arsenal, you could say, that he's like, he would be spamming. Oh. What did you say? Uh-oh. I think I talked it into existence. He's suddenly starting to use all of the mechanics he used at the start of the fight. I guess it's HP based? Or maybe I've been fighting him for so long that he's completely restarted his entire rotation. That really messed me up. I had planned for a specific safe spot, and then suddenly he brought out the black circles again. Okay, the significant part here is that the lasers and the ground things happen at different intervals, so I don't have to deal with both at the same time. Ow. I'm just going to keep bringing him to the center, just in case he suddenly gets a funny idea and does a little bit of both. Bam! 66 minutes. And we wiped, which means that it would have taken 61 minutes if I hadn't wiped. So this actually took less time than Mount Gulg. Ta-da! Ta-da! Thank you! Also, hey Misery, hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, by the way, not the wheel. That is exactly the reason why I'm basically going in with Warrior, just right out the gate. Is because most of the bosses in this level range, they hit so insanely hard that it's like, oh yeah, the boss has a tank buster, so you're dead. Even if you went like a scholar and set up a massive shield, that's nice. But you're losing damage while you're doing that. And you don't have time. You have to go faster. And when I was using Scholar, we were doing like a Realm Reborn dungeons for the most part. And many of them were finished in like 40 to 50 minutes. With Scholar, which means that a job that had more like stable damage output would be able to do it faster. If they had the survivability to keep up the pressure, of course. Which was usually what gave Scholars somewhat of an advantage. But that is exactly it. In this level range, it's like, well, you only have like, in most of the doable dungeons, you have like 30 minutes to spare. Like 20 to 30 minutes to spare to work with. You have to run. You have to do it in the fastest way possible. Like, the thing is, I'm doing the big mega pulls, both because it's funny, but also because I'm pretty confident that it's the most effective way to do it. Like, while you lose some uptime because you have to run away sometimes, you only lose a few GZDs, and you would be AoEing anyway on one pack. So you just double your damage output by bringing an extra pack. So it's a little bit similar to how in Palace of the Dead you often see like absolutely ludicrous mega pulls to get it done in time. And that's just part of it to actually be able to make it in time. So if you replaced Warrior with Gunbreaker, for example, you wouldn't have the self-sustain to be able to deal with those gigapulls, because Gunbreaker's self-sustain doesn't scale with the number of targets. If you'd gone with Paladin, Paladin's self-sustain doesn't scale with the number of targets. If you've gone with Dark Knight, technically you could use Abyssal Drain, but it's like, it's a single use of a worse Raw Intuition. At twice the cooldown. Like, it just doesn't work. And if you use anything other than a tank, then you have the same problem of, well, you can't do the gigapulls, so it doesn't matter whether you have better AoE than a warrior, because you can't even do it. Like, the big, massive selling factor of warrior in soloing dungeons at this level is that it both has decent AoE damage and survivability in general for the bosses, and then it has the healing that scales with the number of targets so that it can keep up with the pressure as the bosses become strong, as the big AoE packs strike back with equal force. So that's why it's like, it's not even like me going, well, should we use warrior this time? It's, if you want to solo like a level 80 dungeon synced, then it almost has to be warrior. I don't know if there's any other job that could do it. I genuinely think that the only like contenders in that would be like Gunbreaker. Simply because of how like, because it has Aurora and Brutal Shell. But it not having Heart of Corundum at level 80, that's a problem, you could say. That is certainly a problem. If it had Heart of Corundum, it would be a lot more of a, like, yeah, they can probably do it. Just don't do the Gigapulse. Just deal with each pack or something. Because that's repeatedly the problem, is that you need a completely stupid amount of healing to do this. I can't remember, did anyone see how many potions I started with? Because I bought, like, I think I had below 100, and I bought a full stack of 99 hyper potions before the stream. I don't know how, like, maybe I went through, like, over 50. Which isn't too surprising, because certain fights I almost used it on cooldown. Holy Sheltron Paladin heal is pretty good too, but get engaged might not work great. Exactly, and again, it doesn't scale with the number of targets, so it's like Holy Sheltron is slightly better than Heart of Corundum if we're going to assume that all of the healing connects. Because Heart of Corundum, I believe it's 900? Yes, 900, and Holy Sheltron is 4 times 250, so that's 1000. So it's 1000 versus 900. Assuming all of the healing goes through, Holy Sheltron is slightly better, but you need to be in melee range to build the gauge. And also you need to be level 82 to have Holy Sheltron, so Paladin wouldn't have that in the level 80 dungeons either. So the thing is, where we are right now in Shadowbringers post-game dungeons, Warrior is still so incredibly far ahead of the other tanks in soloing capacity that it's hardly a discussion. Like, it's just, you're probably just going to go Warrior. It's just better. But when we reach level 82, there could be a question, at least, to, are any of the other tanks now maybe something worth considering? They're all, especially Dark Knight, but they're all not as good at soloing dungeon, like mega trash packs, as Warrior is. But they are suddenly a lot more capable. And I think at level 82, if you're smart about it, Paladin might actually be the better option between Paladin and Gunbreaker. Simply because you can, like, if you're low on HP, you can just keep running away, and then Requiescat comes up at some point, and then you can get a little Confiteor heal and some Holy Spirit heals if you can't get in close. And like that's better than nothing. Whereas before you... Wait. Nope. That healing is level 84, so like another 2 levels, but at least you have Holy Sheltron, right? Right? Art says, proposed Dawn Trail Dark Knight change. TBN is free, Abyssal Drain costs MP, but with no cooldown. Counterbalance with the MP restore of the green one that shares cooldown. Well, the interesting thing is, and more veteran players will remember this, before Shadowbringers, Abyssal Drain didn't have a cooldown. It cost MP, did I believe either the same or less damage than Unleash, but cost more. But the selling point of Abyssal Drain was in the old system of Dark Knight. You had this ability called Dark Arts. I do believe it was called Dark Arts. And what it did was it empowered some of your attacks, I say some in massive quotation marks because nearly all of the Dark Knight's toolkit was affected by dark arts. Like, nearly all of it had some sort of interaction. Like, I believe Hard Slash and Abyssal... Hard Slash and Unleash specifically didn't. But nearly everything else had. Like, back then you had enmity combos, right? Like, you had specifically a combo, like Dark Knight had this 1-2-3 combo. And then they had two different, like a different step 2 and a different step 3 that just did extra enmity. If you used dark arts on the step 3, it would generate even more enmity. So like there was something there if that's what you needed. Carve and Spit had this mechanic where it did pitiful damage and restored MP, or if you used dark arts on it, which you always did, it just did way more damage but didn't generate any MP as a trade-off. Specifically, Abyssal Drain had the mechanic that when you used dark arts, Abyssal Drain healed for each target hit, which meant that you could combine this with you had this cooldown, which was like the opposition to Blood Weapon. They didn't share cooldown, but it was like the opposite of Blood Weapon, wherein Blood Price made it so that you recovered MP every time something hit you. So if you were fighting like 10 enemies, or more than that, like think something like the insane amount of Magitech slashers at the start of Doma Castle, you run up to that, and you just go Dark Arts, Abyssal Drain, Dark Arts, Abyssal Drain, until you can't, and then you use Blood Price, and then your MP just goes whoop, and then you just do some more Dark Arts and Abyssal Drain. One thing to note was it wasn't nearly as insane as Warrior and Bloodwedding today, because the potency of the heal wasn't so insane. But the simple fact that it wasn't a cooldown meant that you could just go, I need some healing now, bop, bop, and then just wait until you needed some healing again, bop, bop, again. You also had other things such as Dark Passenger, which was like a frontal, like a line AoE looking maybe a bit similar to Flood of Darkness, which you could use Dark Arts on to blind enemies in front of you, which was a thing back then. Also, welcome back, Emir. Amaurot, we could not beat the second boss with Warrior because it killed me at 50% with, 1 million damage that you couldn't block with invulnerability or anything. But Blue Mage killed it so easily that it was hilarious. Like, you know how Blue Mage has this spell called Mortal Flame, which is an infinite duration dot. An infinite duration dot. I put that on the boss, and apparently it becomes untargetable and jumps over on that pedestal over on the side, but it doesn't become invulnerable. Which I discovered when it returned when I had finally killed the last ad and it had like 20% HP left. I'm not sure what would have happened if the boss had just died out there. But I'm actually curious. Maybe I'll check that out at another time. Exactly, it just slowly died. And the reason why you would be able to do that is because, well, there isn't a timer on the ads. You can just be intentionally really slow on the ads, and if you do that, well, then the boss will not be coming back. He'll just sit there and watch you, and then it'll die from mortal flame damage, I guess, instead. And I didn't realize that its HP was just slowly dwindling down while I was fighting that last horse and intentionally stalling so all my cooldowns would be available. I was sitting there with every cooldown available to just nuke it, only for the boss to just go, well, actually, I'll just fall over easily. You just needed like 3 of them and I'd be good. You probably didn't need anything. You just goblin punched me to death. Dies of cringe. Actually, what happened is that when I started stalling, the boss just started Oh man, this sucks so much to watch. I'm dying of cringe. Ugh. And then it woke up again when I finished. Like, oh, you actually did finish. Incredible. Well, I already am kind of dead, but okay then. But yeah, Darth, I think I get, like, I have actually suggested something similar for Dark Knight. I have suggested as an example of a way they could add healing to Dark Knight in a similar way to how they've added healing to the other tanks, because the specific way they added extra healing to the other tanks universally in Endwalker is that they added something to their level 82. Like, at level 82, they added something to their short defensive cooldown. Either instead of Ablation or in addition to Ablation, they could have made it so that Dark Arts causes Edge of Shadow or Flood of Shadow to heal per target hit. Like, in the same way that Bloodwetting does. So that you at least got one big heal every time you use TPN. Like, that could have worked. I think that would have been a way to make it fair. Like, you have to use TPN correctly, but if you need the heal, then the shield is probably going to break just fine. But if they just added that to Dark Arts, they could even have made it so that Dark Arts also made Edge or Flood of Shadow do more damage. I've also suggested, I think I suggested this in a video actually, that I think in the Bottom Blowed one maybe, that maybe it would be nice if you could have like more than one stack of Dark Arts, so that you didn't have to feel forced to use it immediately when you got it, or immediately before you use TPNs. Like, if you could have two of them, then you could like sit on one until you want to use it and still use TPN on cooldown. Emil says, did you use the big laser on the final boss? I did not, because my loadout always brings being mortal instead. I don't think I had the safety to do that anyway. Trevor says the major complaint I hear about Dark Knight and why it's the worst tank is because it lacks self-sustain compared to the other tanks. And yes, that is generally the complaint, which is why my only suggestions were mainly either make TBN somehow heal you, and or give Dark Knights more reason to like use TPN on cooldown. Like something. It says, to be fair, it's not hard to heal Dark Knight when the Dark Knight mitigates properly. The issue is other tanks don't have... What? Oh, the other tanks don't have to mitigate properly, so they just don't learn it. Hey, welcome back, Sin. Eric says, my proposed change to Dark Knight is replace Enhanced Unmeant with literally anything else. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure that we can do something with this. That 5-second cooldown reduction of Plunge is totally going to be a DPS gain and not going to just instead displace Plunge from your burst. Absolutely. Also, yeah, I am on Louis Soir. That says, drives me nuts when Dark Knights don't use Rampart or Shadow Wall early in the pull when I'm on Sage. Waste so many GCDs when I can't Heimer or Panheimer early in the pull. Why can you not Heimer or Panheimer early in the pull, Darth? Why not? I'm genuinely asking, so I would like to hear what you mean by that. Oh, that's what you mean. It doesn't last long enough. Okay, I was just checking because I have seen enough people in the past, like, 2 days or so claim that Dark Knights... Either A, there's no reason for them to use TPN because other barriers will just prevent it from being used, or B, they instead say other, like, healers can't apply barriers to the tank if it's a Dark Knight because then their TPN won't break. So I just wanted to be sure that it wasn't that. For anyone wondering, TBN is coded in such a way that it takes priority over all barriers on you. If you have TBN on you and another barrier, it doesn't matter which order they're applied in, TBN will always be spent first. So the Dark Knight will get its refund. I'm pretty sure that the Eucratian Diagnosis has a similar priority, but I'm pretty sure Eucratian Diagnosis is always second on that priority list, like right after TBN, for the same reason. There's a possibility that it wasn't always like that, Alejandro, but it has been like that for long enough that these kinds of myths just shouldn't exist. Right? Since how did the runs go? Well, we beat Mount Gulg in 64 minutes on Warrior. Amaurot, we couldn't beat the big chicken because it was a massively hard DPS check. We basically needed to do over double the damage that we actually did. So like we needed an entire extra person of damage. However, Blue Mage did it easily because of a gimmick that the boss isn't invulnerable while it steps away. So the infinite dot on Mortal Flame, this one, just ticked while it was sitting over there. So like you didn't even have to deal with the DPS raise. You could just wait until it died off by natural causes. And then we did the twinning as Warrior, and that also went well. It took 66 minutes, but technically I wasted 5 by wiping to me doing something dumb on the final boss. So, like, really it took 61 minutes, but then I wasted 5 minutes. Yeah, the reasoning with the Dark Knight thing and TBN, if we assumed that this thing they said about, if we assumed that the thing they said about TBN, like, and the order was actually true, the argument that TBN, like, is wasted if there's other barriers in front of it, like, there would be 2 good arguments for that. The first one being that, well, there's no reason to waste 3000 MP on that if it's not going to break anyway. That's like the DPS logic. The tank logic there is, well, TBN only lasts 7 seconds, so if it's behind like 1 or 2 or 3 other barriers, then TBN might be wasted by sitting behind those barriers. But that's not how it works. Like, that's the important thing. That's not how it works. And yeah, exactly, Darth. That's also the reason why, like, I generally recommend that you combine TBN with another cooldown, because, I mean, on a big AoE pull, like, I'm just saying, when I give the advice that you should just use Bloodwetting super early, like I did in a recent video, the reason I do that is because if you wait until you're low HP, that is in 2 to 5 seconds or longer if your healer's spam healing you, because they don't understand what you're doing. So what you're saving by not using Bloodwetting immediately is like 1 GCD. Like, by that logic, if you're planning to wait until you really need it, you're waiting like 1 or 2 GCDs. Might as well just use it immediately and then save your healer the trouble. But for a warrior to take that much damage, a Dark Knight is obviously going to take a full TBN's worth of HP and damage within 7 seconds. Even with Shadow Wall. Perhaps even with Shadow Wall and something else. Hey Wafers, hope you're doing well. Ymir says, I'm a good Dark Knight, right, guy? I haven't had problems. I haven't had any problems, at the very least. Something that I've actually started doing as Dark Knight when I'm tanking at max level, which I don't think other Dark Knights do, is I'm actually, like, what I have started doing is like I'll use Shadow Wall and TBN and Reprisal at the very start of the pull. And then when Shadow Wall ends, I'll be able to use TBN again with Oblation, for example. And then on the second big pull, I'll use Rampart and TBN and Arm's Length. And the reason why those alternate is specifically because Reprisal is the weaker one and Arm's Length is a stronger one. So by combining Shadow Wall and Reprisal and Rampart and Arm's Length, you get like somewhat of a stable damage intake. And the reason why you would want to use both right at the top of the pull is because, here's the thing, if your healer's a White Mage or an Astrologian, then they're busy with something in the first, like, up to 15 seconds of the fight, actually. Like, that White Mage might have used Presence of Mind, that Astrologian might be in the middle of a card burst, right? So they would prefer if you're taking no damage while they're doing that. Like, obviously, if you can just take no damage, that would be nice, then they don't have to heal you at all. But if you can, like if you can front load your damage reduction, that makes it easier for them. On the other hand, with a Scholar or a Sage, they might appreciate that, like, you even out your damage taken a bit more. So then again, it might make better sense to go Shadow Wall and then like Reprisal and Oblation, or Rampart and then Arm's Length and Oblation, or something like that. Specifically so that you like keep a stable damage intake, because Scholars and Sages, they tend to use they tend to heal you all the time. They don't really care that much about when you take the damage. They just want you to take the same amount of damage so that they know when it's coming. And yeah, Darth, as you might have noticed in this solo stream, I also combined Reprisal and Arm's Length as like a third big cooldown. The reason why I don't do this, or like I've started not doing this when I'm tanking a dungeon, is because I've noticed that I don't need a third big cooldown. Like, unless your group is really bad, what happens is you walk up to the pack, you pull everything, you reach your destination, then you use a big defensive cooldown, or if you're like not a Dark Knight, you might open with your short cooldown and then lead into the big defensive cooldown. But when the big defensive cooldown ends, you're either using a short cooldown again and or something like Reprisal. And the reason why you'd use something like that is because by that point, most of the pack is dead or dying. So you're like, I don't really need to use anything. Like on Warrior, it's pretty normal for me to look at the 3 remaining mobs and go, I don't know if I need to use Bloodwetting. So that's the reason why I've just started to go, what if I just put those backup cooldowns at the front where most of the damage is going to be, instead of keeping them in the back where I'm possibly never going to use them. And as Cat Damon says as well, if you use Reprisal early, it might be available in the next pull. I will actually say, Cat Damon, that on average, like, there's a huge difference between a turbo group where all 4 players are insane, the terrible group on the other end of the spectrum, and the average group. Very different experiences. The average group, you can typically expect that the time from you start pulling mobs to the last mob being dead is around a minute. That's pretty common. Which means that if you, for example, take 15 seconds to pull everything, and then you take 45 seconds to kill everything. That's usually not how it goes. It's more like 30 seconds of pulling and 30 seconds of killing. If you do that, then it means that you start the next pull immediately after that. So you're going to have your Inner Release, your Delirium, your Fight or Flight, your No Mercy. They're going to be ready almost at the top of the next pull where you're starting to kill them. Like, they're charging up still when you're pulling, but when you reach your destination, they're either ready or almost ready. So Reprisal being a 1 minute cooldown actually means that that would be available within a release if you did that. Traverses, what's your new mitigation rotation again? Like, so what I would do is something to the effect of like of course there's all the other cooldowns to use as well. The thing is, because Dark Knight is the way it is, there's a reasonable chance that I'll be like using Shadow Wall and TBN, and then the next G, like, and maybe I'll even space them out over 3 GCDs to also do attacks, but I would use Shadow Wall and TBN and potentially Reprisal. And then when Shadow Wall ends is when I would go, okay, I need a new cooldown. And if I've used them in that order, then I can go Oblation into TBN again. And usually the mobs are mostly dead after that. I will say that now that I've thought a bit further on it, it might actually be better to place Reprisal alongside Oblation if you have a barrier healer, while placing Reprisal alongside Shadow Wall might be better if you have a pure healer, specifically because of the philosophy behind how the different healers heal you. With the pure healers being like, you figure that out, I'll heal you when you need it. Whereas Scholar and Sage, as the barrier healers, are like, if you're nearly dead, they're panicking. Like, they are in trouble if you don't have something, because they don't. That's actually a good point, Darth. Okay, fair enough, Cat Damon. Like, if that's what you meant by late, then I agree with you. You also did actually specifically say at the end of the next pull. If you use Reprisal like at the end of your first pull, it should be ready at the end of the next pull, then I would have agreed with you. It was specifically the slightly longer time frame that made me disagree. But yeah, to put it simply, what I'm trying to say is that what I've been testing, and of course you don't have to copy what I'm doing, of course, but what I've found immensely effective recently is specifically using Reprisal and Arm's Length a lot earlier in a pull. Because you don't need a third big cooldown. In fact, if you need a third big cooldown, you probably also need an invulnerability, so you might as well just use Living Dead. I don't know how much better this strategy is. The only thing I know is that I tanked for Gazel as Dark Knight recently. And he was Gazel was playing Scholar, and in the first pull, you know, Gazel's there like, well, it's a Dark Knight, so I'm just going to give it everything. You get Excogitation, here's Sacred Soil, I should probably use Whispering Dawn just to be sure, because you're gonna need it, and then nothing happened. Like, I'm just full HP. Because I was using basically all of my cooldowns. Not in the first pull, but between the two pulls, everything, like, got put on cooldown. Which was very effective. And that might help a lot. And it actually meshes really well with what Darth said, that Dark Knight is the Astrologian of tanks, in that you like, the thing is, Astrologian is the healer that takes more effort to play on damage, because they have, you know, their card bursts and all that. And Dark Knight is one of those that are more complicated on damage, because you have all those buttons. But Astrologian is actually also more complicated on healing, because doing healing on Astrologian, on White Mage, you just go Plenary Indulgence, Afflatus Rapture, and then magic happens, right? It just works. On Astrologian, you might have to like plan a cooldown in advance or set something up to make it work. Alright, Imia, enjoy the rest of your evening. Like, you might need to use multiple cooldowns. Incidentally, Dark Knight is kind of the same defensively in that TBN is okay. Like, it's pretty good. It's just... It's clearly the weakest for a big AoE pull among the 4 tanks. TBN. Like, if you're taking that amount of damage, that is exactly what makes TBN weak. There's actually something that I was talking about briefly with Matthew on the Discord, that they suggested that TBN, like, gave an example of how TBN is kind of bad in a sustained fight, because if you get hit by, like, a huge hit, like, if you take a huge amount of damage over a longer period of time, then TBN doesn't really help very much. The specific example was, what if you take 10k damage, like if you have 20k HP and you take 10k damage, and then you take 10k damage again. It doesn't matter whether you use TBN for the first 10k or the second 10k, and that is true because TBN would be broken by either one. It ultimately is just remove 5k from where you want. But the real observation here is that, I mean, if I said you take 10k damage, then 21 seconds later you take 10k more, then Rampart isn't very good, because it only blocks one of them, right? Like, it's the same kind of idea, it's just that the barrier gets spent quickly, but it really highlights TBN's weakness, because it is actually stopped by too much damage, whereas something like Rampart is just stopped by the damage taking way too long to appear. Point is, use reprisal at both walls. Exactly. Waver says, should you use 2 big mitigations depending on the situation, i.e. Rampart and Shadow Wall? Like, on average, like in most big AoE pulls, I would say no. Because if you do that, then you're going to be missing one of them for the second AoE pull. Like, the key here is that in basically all dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV, there will be a number of enemies, then a wall, then a number of enemies, and then a boss. So that means that every time we're assuming that there's going to be 2 big pulls. And if you spent all of the goodies on the first one, then you're going to be missing them on the second one. I'm sure that makes sense. However, there are exceptions. For example, if you need it in the extreme gigapulls in Mount Gulg, which I demonstrated earlier on solo, in fact, those pulls are so insanely big that you might actually need both. In fact, depending on your gear, depending on your healer, depending on how hard you get slammed by the damage, you might need both on top of each other, rather than, like, first one, wait, then the next one. It depends on the situation, depends on your group, depends on you. But the reason why it makes sense in those super mega gigapulls with like 5 packs is because in those particular pulls, the first supremely big pull in the dungeon, the boss comes immediately after. So you're not missing Rampart or Shadow Wall or whatever for the next big AoE pull, because there isn't one. The next thing is a boss, and you should be fine to take its tank busters with your short cooldown, like TBN or Raw Intuition or whatever. So there it could work. And in the big, massive mega pull after the second boss in the same dungeon, you can pull everything except one mob. So that means that if you use everything you have on all those mobs, that's fine, because there's one mob after that, and that one mob can't actually kill you if you just dodge. Like, you don't need any defensives on that mob. So you actually get like a minute to recharge cooldowns if you do that. Which is to say, my point is, should you use 2 big mitigations depending on the situation? Usually no. But if you're not going to need it, like if you're not going to be missing it, then I don't see a reason why you couldn't. It would make it easier for your healer, right? It would make it easier for your healer. Also, congratulations, not the wheel. I hope that makes sense, Wafers. Because I do get that it is a sort of a convoluted answer. If it's a little overwhelming of an answer, the best approach is no. You should never use, like in an AoE pull situation, you should never use both Shadow Wall and Rampart in the same pull. If you have to, there's usually something wrong. But there are exceptions. Hey, Kryrina, hope you're doing well. That says it's almost never a good idea to use Ramp and Shadow Wall because percentage mitigation has big diminishing returns. Not exactly. They have diminishing returns, but it's not like big diminishing returns. We've actually talked about this many times before, but let's take it one more time. It's Math Kai time. If I can find my my program. Here it is. If you use a 30% damage reduction cooldown, then it means that you're only taking 70% of the damage you should be taking. I'm sure we're all with so far. If you use a 20% damage reduction cooldown, then it means that you take only 80% of the damage you're going to take. Which means that if you use... Then the way that the diminishing returns of defensive cooldowns work is that they stack multiplicatively. Thank you, Kryrina. Really appreciate it. What that means is that it's A times B. So the reason why this and this is important is because you won't get the right answer if you look at this and this number. Like that, you can't just multiply those together. That's not how it works. But if you say, I use Shadow Wall, so I take 30% less damage. Trying to find somewhere where it's a little easier on the eyes. I take 30% less damage. Then that means that I'm taking 70% damage. Then I use Rampart, which means that I'm taking 80% of the remaining 70% of the damage. Just calculating it to make sure I don't write the wrong thing. Yep. Which actually means that you're taking 56% of the damage. And the key here to observe is that you're not taking 50% of the damage. So you're losing 6%, right? You're losing 6%. That is the big diminishing returns that Darth mentioned. That's this part. But if you're taking 30% of your HP in damage every second, but you already have Shadow Wall up, for example, you're already taking 30% less damage, you might want to take 20% less of the remaining damage. You might want that. And if you want that, if you need that, then you have to use Rampart. And something just to be clear, if there's anyone who's wondering, the order does not matter. Like, It doesn't matter whether it's whether you use Rampart first or Shadow Wall. That does not matter. This is also how it works with parrying and blocking. It's just like adding an extra, oh, you take 15% less damage if it's a parry, or 20% less if it's a block. Like, it's consistent. There is no defensive cooldown that isn't multiplicative in this way. The specific reason why cooldowns like TBN works differently with defensive cooldowns, the reason why it seems like we all agree in the chat here that using TBN with Shadow Wall is better than using TBN without Shadow Wall. The reason for that is because of a whole different reason. Health increasing effects, which means like Thrill of Battle, or TBN, because it's a barrier, it adds more HP at the end of your bar. They deal in specifically the thing that we call effective HP, which is usually more impactful in single hit situations, like a tank buster, right? TBN basically makes it like normally you have 100% effective HP. But if you use TBN, that becomes 125%, assuming you were at full health, of course. If you were not at full health, like if you had 50%, then it becomes 75%. So like same Cs, right? It's just, it gives the same amount. But the reason why this is impactful is because as TBN just adds a flat 25% to your HP, if you're only taking 70% in damage, because you're using Shadow Wall already, these two combine, so technically those 25% HP, you divide that by the percentage of damage you're actually taking, and then you actually get an effective HP of 35.71% out of TBN instead of the original 25. Obviously, it doesn't work like that if you're already taking into account that you're taking less damage. Like, obviously, what it actually means is you have 25% extra HP and you're taking 30% less damage. But if you know that an attack is doing, for example, 50,000 damage, then it might be easier to go, well, I'm only taking 70%, so my effective health is the amount of HP that I have, plus any barriers, and then divide that by the actual damage percentage I'm actually taking. So, for example, if you're expecting a tank buster that does 150,000 damage, and you're me, just for this moment, you're me, so you actually only have like 115,000. If we just round it to 115,000, then I would look at that and go, I have 115,000 HP. If I then also use TBN, then I add like 28k. Let's round that down. So now I actually have 143k HP. That's obviously not enough. But if I then use Shadow Wall, then my effective HP is 204k and a bit, which is clearly more, right? But this equation is the same as if I had said, well, 150k times 70%. and gotten that the answer there is 105k, which is also less than 143k. Like, there's two different ways to get to this answer, but the key here is that normally defensive cooldowns like Shadow Wall and Rampart, they have a negative relationship if you combine them, because if you use both, as Darth said, diminishing returns, you get less value out of each of them. You can view it as whichever one you use second loses like 6% of its value. Or rather like an additive 6%, like it goes from 30% from Shadow Wall down to 24, or Rampart goes from 20% down to 14, like they lose just 6%. You could also see it as both of them losing 3% if you like, if that helps. But the point is that they're both losing significant value, so if you didn't need it, using them separate is typically better. Like, using Shadow Wall with anything that reduces the damage you take technically reduces the value of Shadow Wall. If you use like Rampart and Arm's Length, the enemies are hitting like their swing time has increased by 20%, so they hit you less, which means Rampart is less valuable, and so on and so forth. It's math, right? But the reason why barriers like TBN, like other defensive cooldowns, except other barriers actually, is because they inflate the value of TBN. And when I say TBN doesn't like other barriers, it's more so because as they add together additively, it makes TBN look smaller, relatively. Because if you use TBN, you get a shield of 25% of your HP, then the Scholar comes over and casts a crit at Locurium and gives you like a shield worth like 40 or 50% of your HP, then TBN doesn't look that good anymore. By comparison, right? They don't help each other. That was the original problem when people said, like, there's this misconception that you shouldn't use TBN if you have other barriers, which is not true. It's simply because, if true, then yeah, barriers have a negative relationship in the same way that damage reduction does. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this instance, this episode of Math Kai or Professor Kai or what have you. I'm glad to hear that, Wafers. Let's see, been leveling my tanks and I felt like in some situation I had to use both of them. That can happen. The thing is, when I say you shouldn't use them, is of course also that there's always exceptions. Maybe you pull more than the healer can take. Maybe the healer's sleeping. Maybe you messed up. But on average, you should not combine the two big cooldowns if you can. With that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful people that you saw in this stream chat, or me, remember that there is a Discord community server that you can join where you will find me and at least some of the people in the chat, I'm pretty sure. You will also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on this on the channel, which includes, by the way, tomorrow a video on the subject of... Let me just double check that. I'm almost there. Yes, 10 massive mega pulls that might not actually be smart to do, in addition to my previous video on the subject of really big pulls that you might not want to do. There's also the announcement room where you can see whenever I post a new video, plan a new stream, whatever it is, it usually shows up there first. And you can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role if you would like a notification whenever I post these things. And that also comes with an extra notification about 15 minutes before a time-sensitive thing like the start of a stream, so you don't miss anything. And additionally, if you did enjoy this stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream, because that tells YouTube that you enjoyed this stream and you'd like other people to see it. So that helps me a lot. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. Remember, tomorrow, big AoE pull video. Other than that, Sunday we're continuing Small Kai's side quest, which is of course my only streaming alt, where we will be leveling Dark Knight some more. But with that, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!